Chapter 24. The Saturnian elephant, Sistakihi. Its structure and habits, hunting this animal, and its purpose of creation. The animal which we shall now describe is called the Sistakihi. To what order does it belong on Saturn? This animal is the actual elephant of this celestial body. Despite this, it is far behind the mud in every respect. In size, the mud is more than 100 times larger than the Sistakihi. It also does not resemble the mud at all. The Sistakihi greatly resembles the elephant of earth, but not as much as many of the other animals which we shall hear about. What does this animal look like? It has 4 extremely strong feet, similar to those of the earthly elephant, but in proportion to its size. The legs are not structured like those of an elephant, but more like those of a bear, with strong claws. Its body is extraordinarily voluminous, to the extent that when the Sistakihi is fully grown, it measures 420 to 480 feet from the abdominal area to the spinal column. Its tail is proportionately as long as the tail of a lion. At the end of the tail is an extremely strong bushy tuft, of which the length of the hair is anywhere from 36 to 60 feet. This animal has a proportionately very long but massive neck, with a comb that extends to the area of the front feet, consisting of a very strong hirsute mane. The head is similar to that of a horse. In proportion, its forehead is much wider. Above the forehead, between the 2 ears, there is a large flexible trunk which expands to 240 feet, whereas on the other hand, it retracts to 1/3 of its full length. The trunk has a tremendous lifting power. It can uproot trees of a large size. By means of this trunk, this animal tears branches off the trees and devours them, fruit and all, especially when it is very hungry. The colour of the Sistakihi is light grey, while its trunk is dark grey. Its neck mane scintillates into a blue, and the tuft is light grey. Its eyes are of a very dark brown colour. This animal has an abyss of a mouth, with extremely strong white fangs. In the back of its mouth, it also has extremely strong bones that are used for crushing its food. They are not teeth, but are actual bones of the upper and lower jaw, protruding prominently. With these protruding bones, this animal can even crush very hard stones, as well as big branches, with ease, to the point that they turn to mush in its mouth. This animal is actually a herbivore, However, when it is very hungry, it will devour animals, and not even human beings are safe. This is one of the reasons why the Saturnites are not very fond of this animal. But wherever the Saturnites may find this animal, they have the ability to deal with it, even though it might present some great and dangerous obstacles to them. How do the Saturnites hunt the sister kihi? They cannot hunt it with mere strength, because this animal has as much strength in its trunk alone as 1,000 of the strongest Saturnites. That is why the Saturnites choose shrewdness as their ally. This animal's habitat is usually the large forests of the well-known pyramid trees, and it causes great harm to these trees by tearing off the branches as far as its trunk can reach. When the Saturnites notice in any of these countries that these giant trees are without any branches, and by the way, these trees are native to almost every country on Saturn, it means that one or more of these animals are present in the forest. What will the Saturnites do in such a situation? Equipped with torches, they completely surround the forest and ignite it all around. Since this animal fears nothing more than fire and smoke, it soon flees from the forest and searches all over for an exit where the fire has not spread yet. But wherever they find such an exit, the Saturnites make certain that it will lead to a wide river, a lake, or even the ocean itself. When the sister kihi finds such an exit, it will soon enter the water. As soon as it enters the water, it becomes awkward and clumsy and holds its otherwise active trunk straight up in the air. The Saturnites now force the animal to go deeper and deeper into the water by pursuing it with their boats and torches attached to long poles. Once the animal has reached a depth where only its head is above the surface of the water, they make haste and hack off the formidable trunk with large sharp axes. As soon as this animal loses its trunk, it loses its life. It drowns and begins to rot, and its flesh becomes nourishment for many hungry animals in the water. What happens if, for one reason or another, such a forest does not border any water of the required depth? Then an operation like this becomes somewhat more dangerous and precarious. Should the fire spread properly from all sides, so that this animal or several of them are surprised in the center of a burning forest and cannot find an exit anywhere, they will suffocate in a raving frenzy. If the fire is very severe, they will also burn. However, should the fire not have taken proper root, they will break through with great ferocity towards an area where there is less fire. Beware to those who encounter this animal under those circumstances. It will pick up any human being or animal with its trunk and hurl it with such vehemence into the air or onto the ground that nothing remains. The force of such a frenzied thrust surpasses the force of a cannonball. If this animal would carry out such a throw on earth, It could easily throw an 11,000-pound stone over a distance of 20 geographic miles, but with such force that the stone would travel this distance in just a few seconds. Should this animal hurl it into the ground, then you can be assured that the stone would be driven over 600 feet into the ground. From this brief description of these circumstances, you can easily surmise the respect the Saturnites have regarding this animal, and the concern it causes on entire continents when one or several of these animals have escaped such a fire hunt. That is why such a forest is at all times subject to severe scrutiny. It does not matter if it is located near a body of water or not. Should the forest not border on any body of water, then there will be many deliberations on the subject of if and when it would be most favourable to burn the forest. Should the forest be in a good burnable condition, and if at the same time it is large enough, then it will be burned. Should this not be the case, then the forest is for the time being relinquished to the animal, but in the meantime dry wood is placed around the entire forest, literally forming a wall around it, which is ignited when the trees become more burnable. This usually occurs when an area comes under the shadow of the ring for extended periods of time, which in accordance with the chronology on Earth extends over several years. During this time, the trees stand just as on Earth in the winter, without sap. During this time, the Saturnites ignite this wall of dry wood from all sides at the same time, then leave as quickly as possible. This concludes the chapter on this memorable animal. The Sister inhabits approximately 10 continents on Saturn, but in small numbers. Regarding the benefits of this animal, in a psychic or astral respect, the same circumstances exist, but to a somewhat lesser extent than with the mud and the giant fish. Note 1. That is, for the development of the souls in nature. For details, read chapter 17, paragraph 7, and chapter 23, paragraph 15. This animal, as well as all the others, also has another natural purpose. And none of these animals have been placed upon this planet as an indispensable prerequisite for the maintenance of other entities, as these transitions can pass just as well through other levels. For this reason, no country is at a loss when such large, strong animals, which are dangerous to human beings, become extinct. Chapter 25. The Blue Bear, Ihur. Its structure, character, and nourishment. Its usefulness as a cultivator of the soil. After we have learned about these two giant animals of this large planet, we shall turn our attention to a few other animals which are not as enormous. They are, however, important enough to deserve some thought. The first animal in this order is ihur. In your language it translates into blue bear. When the ihur is fully grown, it is almost as tall as a human being on Saturn. That is, if this animal stands upright on its hind legs, which they usually do. The name of the animal discloses its colour, which is light blue throughout. What does this animal otherwise look like? In general, it looks like a golden bear on earth, but the structure of its head is entirely different. What does the head look like? It will be a little difficult to describe it in order that you may get a proper picture of this animal, because you do not know any animals on earth which have a head similar to that of the Saturnian bear. Nevertheless, we shall describe a shape by which you can view its head. Imagine a fairly round skein of wool having a diameter of 9 feet, and on both sides, approximately in the middle, there are 2 long ears which have a length of 9 feet and a width of 6 feet. Imagine a fairly round skein of wool having a diameter of 9 feet, and on both sides, approximately in the middle, there are 2 long ears which have a length of 9 feet and a width of 6 feet. Imagine furthermore 2 long winding horns at the uppermost part of this skein, each being 18 feet long and approximately 3 feet apart from each other. The colour of these horns is a lustreless gold, and approximately 5 feet below them are 2 proportionately large eyes, which have exactly the appearance of a human eye. Below the eyes, imagine a proportionately large mouth, like that of a lion. Furthermore, this head is connected to its body by a proportionately massive, long, strong neck. In addition, behind its horns on both sides of the neck, this bear has a 12 to 18 foot long mane of a darker blue colour. There you have the entire shape of this animal. The ihur has no tail. However, in its place there is a little longer and darker hair. If you compose everything that has been given in the proper manner, you will be able to imagine this animal. If you add to this that the ihur often measures several times 300 feet, beginning with the horns and ending with the hind legs. And when this animal stands on its 4 feet, it measures almost 120 feet from the ground to the upper back, and each foot has a length of 36 feet, and a thickness of a barrel that surpasses a volume of 566 litres. The paws are like that of a bear. They have the same shape, only the size and colour are in accordance with the size and colour described here. Hopefully, it will not be necessary to describe this animal's size and shape in any more detail. Let us therefore describe its character, its mode of life, and its usefulness. The ihur is usually good-natured. However, it should not be provoked or pursued. If provoked, it soon changes its good-natured character and becomes quite vicious and enraged. While in this condition, nothing is safe. whatever crosses its path will be immediately attacked and totally destroyed. Although this animal is not any taller than a human being on Saturn, it has the strength of 10 men. That is the reason why a malicious person on Saturn would not fare well if he came in conflict with such an incensed animal by himself. The Saturnites shy away from this animal despite its good nature. They try to chase it away with all kinds of means and drive it from areas populated by human beings. That is why this animal is very rarely seen by anyone. What is the nourishment of this animal? It nourishes itself with grass, roots, and young branches from trees and shrubs. It never eats flesh, not even in an emergency. If provoked, it tears apart humans and animals, then lets them lie there and leaves. A very peculiar characteristic about this Saturnian bear is that it has a very peculiar fear of its own anger. For this reason, this animal, guided by its own instinct, carefully avoids, wherever possible, any situation where it might become enraged. Such an instinct would be a blessing for many human beings on earth, especially those who are ambitious quarrellers and belligerent patrons, who do their utmost to find situations where they can quarrel. This information should suffice. We shall now turn to the usefulness of this animal. The ahur can rightfully be considered the cultivator of wilderness areas. In a very short time, it loosens up large areas of soil with its extraordinarily strong claws, and it does this so well that even the Saturnites with their good tools would not be able to match it. What does this animal do after it has loosened the soil? It looks for the fruitful areas and searches for all kinds of edible root vegetables and places them into the loosened furrows. The intent, of course, is not to cultivate a field, but rather to gather a supply of food. But it happens that some of these roots that are placed in these furrows are not eaten by the bear, and then they begin to sprout and grow. In this manner, a field that is wild and barren becomes fruitful, and even more so when this animal has filled its storage abundantly, because under those circumstances it will not leave until the supply is almost consumed. Because it has walked about in an area, as long as it has found something to eat, it leaves its droppings everywhere. And by so doing, it unintentionally fertilizes this area for years. When human beings on their frequent travels in these large countries find such places, they know that they are in the neighborhood of such an animal. They wait for extended periods of time to find out if this animal will make further use of such a field. Should this not be the case, that is proof to them that the ahur has left this place, and then they will take possession of this field. It does happen occasionally that the bear returns because of the roots. Then the inhabitants either do nothing and allow the bear to dig its furrows again, and, in so doing, destroy the crop they have planted, or else they have to attack the unwelcome guest with force. Such a confrontation always has a dubious outcome. The animal will always fight for its prerogative and will not easily leave. As for the human beings, it is not easy for them to leave such a new fertile land either. Should such an animal be conquered or driven out, then the inhabitants do not have to fear any further disturbance or its return. Even if they are not able to kill this animal, by pursuing it, they get the animal to the point that it notices it has been hunted, and since this animal, when in a quiet state, fears its own anger, it will not return to the place where it has been provoked. This is everything which is noteworthy about this animal. We shall now continue with another animal that inhabits this planet. Chapter 26. The Saturnian lion, Horrid, serves as a hunter and lumberjack. Method of catching the young Saturnian lions. The name of this animal is Horrid, which we shall now discuss briefly. Where does this animal belong in the order of animals on Saturn? If you observe the lion on Earth, the Horrid has the same position on Saturn. But does this animal look like the earthly lion? The answer to this question is neither yes nor no. In many ways, it resembles the lion of Earth, but there are also many aspects that are not the same. A closer description will point out the differences in its shape from the earthly lion. What does this animal look like? It is just as large as the blue bear, but it has more than one color, in accordance with its body parts. The back of this animal is bright red, extending close to the middle of the abdominal area. The shoulder blades, the front legs and hind legs are pale green. The abdominal area itself is more of a dark green or a lush grass green. The tail is white, whereas the bushy tuft at its end is light red. The upper side of the white tail is adorned with red spots in regular intervals. The claws on the feet are also white, and the backs of the claws are trimmed with a red stripe. Except for the different colours we have just described, and the neck and head, which do not resemble those of the lion on Earth, the rest of the shape of the Horrid completely resembles that of an earthly lion. There is not an animal on Earth which has a head resembling that of the Horrid. This animal has an almost square head, just like a die, where the corners are rounded off. This head sits on the neck in such a way that the rear surface is attached to the neck, but not the front part, because the front surface projects from the neck like a jaw by 3/4 of its diameter. On both lateral surfaces of this head are two crescent-shaped ear funnels, which are located backwards from the surface on each side of the head by over 6 feet, and have the colours of the rainbow, but in very light shades. On the upper surface you find an almost 3-foot long, conical and completely black horn. That is the basic colour of this horn, but on this black surface are round reddish discs with regular snail-like spirals, which have a strong metallic lustre. Around the bottom of the horn is a wreath of long light blue hair, which gives the horn the appearance of sitting in a basin. Towards the back of the head and the back part that connects to the neck, the hair becomes continuously longer and denser, whereas towards the forehead the hair becomes shorter and curlier. On the front surface of the head, or face, there are, in proportion to the animal, two very large eyes located in a cavity, each eye having a diameter of 3 feet in accordance with the measurements of Earth. That means, of course, the actual eye itself. If the cavity and the corner of the eye would be included, it would be almost 6 feet in diameter. The eyelids are a very dark red, above which are proportionately very large, thick eyebrows, similar to those on human beings. They are curly, just as the hair around the horn towards the forehead. Now we have come to the most peculiar feature of this animal, which is its mouth. At one time or another, you must have heard about a bird called the griffin. That is what this animal looks like, with the exception of the wings. Instead of the usual mouth, it has an enormously strong eagle's beak, which is similar in colour to the horn on its head. The spots or discs are not snail-like, but in the form of rows from the base to the tip of the beak, and decreasing in size. The upper part of the beak is like any other bird which you know on earth. The upper part does not move, whereas the lower part of the beak, inclusive of the lower surface of the head, is movable right to the neck. At the base of the beak, this animal has mighty crushing teeth. Instead of the incisors or fangs, it uses its very mighty and strong beak, which protrudes by almost 9 feet from the face, and at the base it is almost as wide as the main surface of the face. The horrid also has a tongue that can be remarkably extended in length, and it has almost the attributes of a trunk. Therefore, this animal has the capability to seize all kinds of things by force with its tongue and draw them into its mouth. Around the base of the beak, there is also curly light blue hair that turns greenish towards the neck. What is usually the colour of the head? The head is light ash in colour. Under the eyes, as well as on the forehead, there are 3 bright red circles, one on top of the other. As far as the other parts are concerned, only the two lateral surfaces with the ears are visible, and are also of an ash-grey colour, but are plain without ornamentation. As you know, the back surface, beginning with the upper surface, is adorned with long hair, and the blue colour becomes livelier the closer it comes to the neck. The neck is fairly massive, and its length to the head is just as long as the entire back part, that is, beginning from the shoulder blades, the front legs to the tail, and covered throughout abundantly with manes of a bright blue colour. That is what this animal looks like. What is its usefulness? What kind of character does it have? Where is it at home? And what is its relationship to the Saturnites? We shall briefly answer these 4 questions. The horrid is usually of a gentle nature, and is frequently kept by the Saturnites as a tame animal. They enjoy this animal's splendour and beauty, as well as its willingness to work, provided it has been properly trained. What kind of work is this animal used for? Usually to hunt several other kinds of animals, which are of the kind that do little harm and at times great harm. This animal is also employed as a lumberjack during the time of the shadow. With its beak, it bites off thick branches from the pyramid tree with one bite, and it can climb this tree to the top with the greatest ease. The branches often have such a circumference that on earth it would take 5 men to encircle them. It does not take any more effort for this animal to bite through such a branch than it does for you to bite into a tender apple. Once the horrid has bitten off enough branches, it will then pull these with its beak to the dwellings of human beings after being given the proper signs to do so. And while there, it will bite off smaller pieces as indicated by its owner. These pieces of wood are then used by the Saturnites as firewood. They also employ this animal for many other kinds of work, such as biting and carrying. The only prerequisite is that this animal must be captured when young, in order to be trained. Because if a mature animal is captured, it will not become accustomed to this kind of work, and as such would be of little benefit. Besides, when it is not provoked, the animal will run away as soon as a human being comes close. And when it is surrounded by human beings, it cannot be trusted for the longest time. Because as soon as it begins to dig into the ground with its strong claws, that is a sign for the hunters that it is high time to leave. If the hunters do not leave, this animal will begin to jump and roar, and whomever it strikes will discover the power of its beak, and will feel as if he has been hit by a big tree trunk. That is why the hunters retreat when this animal begins to behave in this manner. If the horrid is this dangerous, how are its young captured? The Saturnites use their cunning. because the people who live in the regions where this animal is at home know that it is very partial to intoxicating alcoholic beverages, but only at those times when they have young. This applies to the male as well as the female, which are the same in appearance except for their genitals. When this situation arises, the hunters on Saturn carry fairly large containers of such beverages into the vicinity of these animals. And it does not take long until they take the bait. As soon as the horrid has emptied the container, it very gently returns to the place where its young are, and there are usually 2, 3, or 4. Once it reaches the spot, it falls into such a sound sleep that it does not even notice when its young are taken. The young are taken to the homes of the Saturnites and are trained for their particular purposes. The mature animals are left alive for further propagation. That is everything you need to know about this particular animal. The only thing which you do not know is where its home is. Its habitat is only in the southern regions of Saturn, and only on those continental countries which do not extend beyond a 45-degree southern latitude. Since this animal loves the ocean regions, it is only at home where it can enjoy the necessary temperature it requires. Should a country exceed this degree significantly, naturally it will get colder, especially by an ocean, and climatic conditions like that would of course be completely unsuitable for this animal. The horrid has this special instinct in that it will not inhabit the western or the eastern parts of a country. It will only inhabit the southern centre. Should this area be large enough, then it will live in such a country. If this type of environment does not exist, then it cannot progress and cannot therefore maintain itself. That is why the horrid will not be found inland, but always in the regions of the oceans. Sometimes, however, it is taken there as a curiosity, but it will not survive for long under those circumstances. Now you know everything about this animal which is of importance. And now we shall turn to one which can be found only on this planet. Chapter 27. The Saturnian antelope, Sixt. Its purpose and creation hints. The reasons for hunting Sixt. Fraud with secret remedy. The animal which we shall discuss next is named Sixt, or in the language of Earth, pointed foot, or piercing foot, and it is native only to this planet. In the order of animals, it is approximately on the same level as the antelope on Earth. Its habitat on Saturn is only on the highest mountains. Why is it called pointed foot? Do not think that this animal has 4 pointed spears in place of the actual jointed feet. It is called pointed foot because on its front feet, in the area of the usual members above the claws, it has no member. Instead, it has a straight horn which is sharply pointed downwards. At the same time, this claw extends from the area of the knee as a completely solid claw. The hind legs of this animal are like the legs of any other animal. However, the claws are not split, but are very pointed. These are the reasons for this animal's name. What does this animal otherwise look like? Among the larger animals on earth, there is none which is like this one. There are some similarities, however, among the smaller animals. The main body of this animal resembles the body of an otter. The tail resembles the tail of an ox. The neck and head have a close resemblance to a tiger. But the teeth resemble those of a graminivorous animal. At the crown of its head, it has a single horn which is somewhat bent back. This is a description of this animal's shape, other than its size and colour. What is the size of this animal? If you were to measure its size in accordance with earthly measurements, you would not find one animal on earth with which this pointed foot would compare. Because on Saturn the ratio of everything is at least 100 times larger, and at times even more. This pointed foot belongs to the smaller animals, and barely measures 1/3 in size of the previous animal, which we have come to know as the lion of this planet. This is also the reason why it is easy for every human being on Saturn, after the Sixt has been caught, to carry it home on one's back. What are the colours of this animal? The main colour is a dazzling white, but from the head to the tail it has a wide light blue stripe. Towards the abdomen, this animal is golden yellow, while at the feet the colour changes to reddish, except for the pointed claws, which are completely black, as well as the horn on the head. The underside of the neck, starting at the lower jaw right to the chest, is striped dark red. Now you have the complete shape of this animal, which cannot be found in this manner on any other planet. What is this animal's usefulness? What is its nourishment? Do the Saturnites capture many of these animals? As far as its usefulness is concerned, it is of no more importance to the Saturnites than a chamois or an antelope to the people on earth. But nevertheless it has its place in the order of things, which it unknowingly occupies usefully. Who knows the usefulness of the chamois on earth? Who can give you the reason why this animal climbs the mountains? But to whomever wishes to know, I shall disclose the reason. You are aware that all kinds of mosses, as well as species of plants, grow on the high mountains of earth for the purpose of dissolving the rocks. You also know that moss and plants are products of spiritual potencies and spiritual intelligences. It becomes abundantly clear that they are such products when, within them, some kind of intelligent life has begun to express itself. Once life begins to express itself, it does not do so to relapse again into death, but instead to strengthen itself by developing into a form, in order to leave that form and pass over into a higher one. Which life-expressing form in the Alps or mountains are above these small living forms of moss, grass, and all other alpine or mountain plants? These are, of course, the animals of the mountains. They are the higher life forms into which the plant life of the high mountain regions passes over. You can easily understand that this is the proper sequence of events, because the life of the animals is maintained by incorporating the life of the plants. And that is why nourishing oneself from food which is compatible with the nature of the animal is nothing more but to absorb and unite the scattered life of the lower, smaller potencies to a higher, more complete life. In other words, to nourish oneself means to gather and absorb the life in a container that continuously emanates from me, so that it becomes stronger and more complete from level to level on its return to the primary source from whence it came. If you comprehend what has just been said to some degree, you can then apply this concept to the Sixt. Transfer the same quality to the pointed foot, and you will know everything there is to know about this particular aspect. There is another question which needs to be answered, namely, whether the Saturnites capture this animal. My answer to this question is that, at times, the very courageous Saturnites often go out and attempt to capture this animal, but very rarely are they successful, because this animal is so skillful in climbing the highest mountain peaks of this planet that none of the human beings are able to follow it. This animal also has the ability, on account of its pointed claws, to stand on an area no larger than the palm of a hand. Where the rocks turn into rugged peaks, there no longer exists any possibility for the huge Saturn beings to continue their hunt. When such an animal tumbles down from a high and steep mountain peak and makes such a fateful fall, which happens very rarely, this is the only time that it can be captured, if this place is accessible to a human being. So far, Not one human being on Saturn has captured the pointed foot. You might question that if this animal is so hard to capture, why do the Saturnites make the effort? They are compelled to do so by a kind of superstition. On Earth, this type of superstition falls into the category of so-called medicinal quackery. Because this animal nourishes itself from the most powerful and most fragrant herbs, the Saturnites are of the opinion that its meat must be so very healthy that the one who eats it, even when it is very little, will become immortal. There is not much difference between the Saturnites, who know all kinds of remedies through which they believe they can perpetuate their lives, and the people on Earth when it comes to this type of medical belief. However, experience teaches us on a daily basis that the death of the body cannot be halted. What do these people do in spite of their daily experiences, which prove their remedies continuously without effect? They place the remedy into an extraordinarily secretive category of their restorative science by saying, "This remedy must be administered exactly at midnight and in an exact dosage. 1,000th grain," note 1 grain is 2 drops of water or the size of 1 peppercorn, more or less makes the remedy ineffective. Should this explanation not suffice, they confuse the matter further and seek refuge in the influence of the constellations. Then these mystical, life-extending medical practitioners advise their clientele, with great and highly unintelligible eloquence, as to which quarter the moon must be in, and into which constellation the sun must pass, and they say that this has to occur exactly at midnight. If, for example, the sun is not in the sign of Leo at midnight, and the moon is not in Capricorn at the same time, and if a certain planet does not pass into a certain sign and another planet into another sign of the zodiac at the same time, then the eternal life remedy is powerless and ineffective. Gullible people usually believe in such mystical preachers of wisdom or wiseacres, and by costly remedies which are heralded as providing eternal life. Once these people are in possession of such an eternal remedy, they look in all kinds of calendars or ephemerides to find out when the moon, the sun, and the rest of the planets enter into the predetermined signs exactly at midnight. You can see that even without any particular knowledge in mathematics, these astronomical and astrological transitions and relationships as to the signs of the zodiac will never occur. And if they should occur, it might happen once in a million or several million years, and not exactly in the manner that the remedy prescribes. Therefore, the effectiveness of such an eternal life-bringing remedy completely neutralizes itself in accordance with this mystically cunning speculation. Under these circumstances, the seller of these remedies escapes liability, because he can make the claim that the remedy was not taken in accordance with the instructions. On Saturn, the meat of the Sixt is used in a similar manner for a similar purpose. However, when the remedy does not produce the desired effects, then the life-prolonging doctors on Saturn use the excuse that the person using the remedy was somewhat careless and, instead of taking it during the time of the shadow of the ring, must have taken it during the sunlight. And under such circumstances the remedy is ineffective. Should a relative of a departed person complain to such a life doctor and mention the fact that the departed did take the remedy at the time of the shadow of the ring, then the doctor will question the relative as to the position of the moons. Should the relative be able to provide this information, then the position of the moons comes into question and is considered by the doctor as highly unfavourable for the remedy, and he explains why this is so with the greatest eloquence. Most people cannot answer questions as to the position of the moons or planets. This then becomes an escape clause for the eternal life-bringer. It may also happen that a relative of a departed person who has taken such life-bringing remedy consults yet another of those life-bringing doctors regarding the fact that the remedy was ineffective. In a situation like that, you can well imagine what this life-bringing doctor will say about the useless remedy of his colleague. "Why did you not come to me? It is well known that this doctor uses the wrong kinds of remedies." And in order to convince this person that the deceased must have been given the wrong remedy, he shows him a remedy that has a different colour. That usually convinces the person making the inquiries as to why the other remedy was ineffective. In these situations, the relative of the departed mostly goes back to the original doctor, whom he now considers to be a charlatan. How does such a doctor get out of a situation like that? The doctor takes the person who demands accountability to neighbours minded like himself and likewise informed, and says to the person who demands accountability, "See, these people have used my remedy properly. Ask them how old they are." Should he then question them as to their age, he will usually get an answer which far exceeds even the age of a person that has achieved a very old age. Usually this is done by not mentioning the number of years, but expressing things through extraordinary facts, such as experiences which they had during their long life, which are to be proof. For example, such a person might mention that he remembers well that a certain mountain did not exist at a given time. Another one might say, by pointing to a light white stripe on the firmament, that he saw when the Great Spirit spanned that ring across the firmament. Another one might say that he remembers the time when there was no moon on the firmament, Each person who is questioned about his age has a better reason to prove his age than did his predecessor. When the person who demanded proof hears these testimonials, he is usually satisfied with these explanations and might, in addition, even buy another remedy from such a doctor, who is not any older than his neighbours. This is all the information which is necessary to know about this particular animal. Let us now turn to another animal on this celestial body, which is not tame, and then we will begin with the domestic animals. Chapter 28. The one-eyed bower. Hunting the animal. The skin as a coat for the patriarchs. The animal next in line and worthy of mention is very rare. In the countries of the continents, it is a complete stranger. It is only native to some of the important southern islands. Whatever island this animal calls home, the Saturnites visit these islands as seldom as they visit the countries where the mud lives. Why this is so will be explained in the chapters that follow. This animal's name is bower. In your language it means as much as one eye. First we shall discuss why this animal is called one eye. Does it actually have only one eye? No, it has two eyes to see with, like any other animal. But above its two eyes, in the center of its forehead, it has its weapon eye. And the animal's name is derived from this dangerous eye. But before we describe this eye, we shall describe the animal in accordance with its form, and then we shall describe this eye. What does the bower look like? What is its size and color? It resembles a horse with the exception of the neck and tail. The body is of course 100 times larger. The tail resembles a snake without a head, and it reaches lengths of 720 to 780 feet. And in the anal area, where this tail has its beginning, it has a diameter of 9 feet. At the end of the tail, it has 3 very strong barbed hooks, similar to a ship's anchor. This animal has most of its strength in its tail. With it, the bower searches for its nourishment in the water. This is why it can usually be found at the shores of the ocean, with its long tail constantly moving about the water in order to catch a large fish or some other large water animal for its nourishment. The bower is very skillful in this matter. As soon as it suspects something alive in the water which could be for its benefit, it shoots its tail like an arrow to that particular spot. And when it projects its tail in this manner, it never fails its target. This is the purpose of its tail. What does the bower's head look like? Its head is extremely peculiar, as it sits on a long, strong neck and almost resembles the head of a sea calf or common seal on earth. Only the head is proportionately larger than the head of a seal on earth, the same as the body is larger than that of an earthly horse. Except for the weapon eye, the head resembles the head of a seal. What is the actual purpose of this weapon eye? It is actually not an eye to see with, but an eye to feel with, and to transfix or capture with. Usually this eye is closed, but should an enemy or something unfriendly move into the vicinity of the bayor, then the eye will open. And as soon as this eye opens, an intensive red ray of light bursts forth, and it would be much easier to look into the noon sun than into this eye. When this ray is directed upon any living being, it is soon captured to such a degree by a kind of heaviness that it feels spellbound and is unable to move from the spot where it was struck by the ray. When the bower notices that its enemy is sufficiently unable to move or spellbound, it slowly closes in, which is at approximately the distance of the length of its mighty tail. This animal never makes mistakes as far as the distance between its enemy and the length of its tail is concerned. Once that has been established, it projects its tail as quick as lightning upon its enemy and picks it up. The tail is used as an arm, and it places its catch into its extremely large mouth and crushes it with its powerful teeth for nourishment. This animal makes no distinction between an animal or a human being. Because of its great voracity, it eats any living being, whether it be an inhabitant of the air, earth, or water. Except for the colour of this animal, that is everything noteworthy about it. What is its colour? In the abdominal area, it is light blue. Along the centre of the abdominal area passes lengthwise a considerably wide dark stripe. The back of this animal is light red with small zebra-like yellow stripes. Beginning at the body, the legs are an orange-yellow. The hooves are completely black. The hair on its body is fairly short throughout. That is why the Saturnites are of the opinion that this animal was completely naked. But when a few of these animals were caught, they noticed their error. If the Saturnites wish to capture the bower, it becomes a very expensive proposition for them. Because if they want to apprehend it, they must sacrifice many of their domesticated animals beforehand. Not until the bower is surfeited with eating many of these animals does it become tired and exhausted. It lies down somewhere close to the shore, curls up its tail, and begins to digest the food it has eaten. As soon as the Saturnites who are hunting this animal notice that it is resting, they must make certain that they overpower its tail as quickly as possible. They usually do so by severing the tail from the body with one stroke. After the tail has been severed, it is advisable not to stay in the vicinity of the wounded animal, because the tail still has life for quite a while, and it throws itself back and forth in the most horrible contortions. The bower itself enters into a rage and jumps and kicks with its hooves. The Saturnites are aware of this behaviour, and that is why they immediately leave after they have severed the tail. They wait on their ships on the surface of the water until the animal collapses and remains motionless and its tail stretches out spasmodically. Once these events have transpired, then our hunters approach the shore. They cut the tail into smaller pieces, and while they are doing so, the pieces still jump around for quite a while. Then they approach the animal itself and probe it by stabbing it in the area of the back to see if there is still some life left in it. Should the animal not react, then they remove the beautiful skin. But before they begin this task, they cut off the head and throw it into the water, because they believe that the animal could open up its terrible eye while they are skinning it, and all of them would be poisoned by it. That is, of course, impossible, because this eye does not contain any poison at all, and the powerful red light of the eye becomes completely extinct as soon as this animal has lost all its vital energy. Once the animal has been skinned, and the skin has been loaded onto the ships, they leave everything else to rot. The decomposition of the animal gets a helping hand from all the hungry guests that live along the shore, and for others it is an opportunity to revenge themselves on their well-known enemy. For what purpose do the Saturnites use the skin, which is obtained with such great effort? The skin is treated with oil so that it remains soft. Once it has been properly treated in this manner, the skin is prepared and cut, and then it is tailored into a half-length coat. A coat like that on the back of a man means more than an entire kingdom. There is a saying on Saturn, "It is the bower which lends the prince or the most superior patriarch the proper respect and what he is supposed to represent." Conquering a bower is one of the greatest and most daring feats that the Saturnites can carry out. Whoever has caught such an animal and wears its coat shows to his fellow man the great courage he possesses. This testimony carries the greatest significance to the Saturnites, because they feel that they cannot be properly served by a ruler or leader who lacks courage. Such a coat is proof to them that the person who obtained it under those circumstances was willing to sacrifice a great many things. This leads them to believe that the wearer of the coat, besides his great courage, is a very generous person, because he did not spare any costs for the benefit of his brothers. And finally, they attach to the owner of such a coat a great amount of intelligence, because he conquered the monster, which has, to the Saturnites, a considerably more terrible reputation than a dragon or tapeworm on earth. If a person has conquered the bower, then he should have the ability to deal with any other situation or undertaking with the proper intelligence. Therefore, it makes the owner of such a coat unfailingly and immediately a grand patriarch, even if he is 3 or 4 times younger than any other minor patriarch. But he is only a grand patriarch as long as this coat lasts. Since it ensures the honour of being a grand patriarch, nothing is cared for more than such a coat. That is why the bower coat is worn by a grand patriarch under the most extraordinary circumstances. Since there are all kinds of little deceptions on this planet, this also applies to the lifespan of such a coat. The concept is that it lasts forever. Even if the coat is falling apart and can no longer be worn, it is replaced by a false one from the skins of other animals, and is paraded as a real bower coat. A grand patriarchate which has been acquired as the result of such a coat is inherited by all the children and the children of the grand patriarch, as long as the coat can be produced, or its existence can be proven by showing it. Should someone else, however, come into the possession of a new coat by hunting the bower, and shows this coat to the people in his country, this ends the old patriarchate. The old patriarch, however, still enjoys the position of an esteemed person. In a case like that, even the smallest piece of a bower coat still represents a valid patent of nobility. This entitles the owner to bower coat privileges, but only as long as he can produce a piece of it, no matter how small. But once the moths have eaten up the last little piece, he then loses his position of arch-patriarch, and nothing more remains but an empty memory. But at this point, we shall not pursue the political conditions on Saturn any further, since we have not reached that point yet. And since we are not yet dealing with human beings, we shall return to the animals. Before we begin with the domesticated animals, we shall take a general overview of the entire wild animal kingdom. Chapter 29. Harmony of the celestial bodies. Examples of the art of music. The secrets of the teachings of sound and creation. Correspondence of the wild animals on Saturn and on Earth. You already know that we have only described those animals in detail which are extraordinary in respect to their species. From what has been disclosed thus far, you have learned about the peculiar animals which are indigenous to this planet. When these animals were described, you must have noticed that most were of such a kind that, as a whole, no animal on Earth or on any other planet could be compared with them. However, there exists a perpetual harmony in everything between one planet and another, without which two celestial bodies cannot exist, even if they are far removed from each other. To understand this properly, I must point out to you that harmony can only occur where one and the same cause brings forth the effect. For example, if you were to tighten a string over a flat board and pull the string, it would at all times give you a particular high or low tone. Should you tighten the string more, then the sound would become more intense, or, as you would express it, the tone will be higher. However, the less the string is tightened, the lower the tone. What is here the cause of this sonorous effect? You will probably find or specify no other cause than the board and the string which is tightened over it. As often as you renew the cause, that is how often you will have the same effect. The changes in as far as the sound produced is low or high makes absolutely no difference, because a sound remains a sound, regardless of whether it is high or low. You might ask, what actually causes the sound? Is it the string or the flat board? And I will tell you, it is neither the board by itself nor the string by itself, but both objects together. The flat board, as a coherent whole, has all conceivable forms for the formation of a tone, at all times in readiness. The vibrating string above the board calls forth these forms in a manner distinguishable from one another. Therefore, the flat board contains all conceivable forms of sound. The string which is stretched over it is there to awaken these forms of sound in order to transfer them into a perceptible appearance. For this to occur, there must exist an undeniable harmony between the flat board and the string. If you would consider the air as a means of forming sound, then it must be shown, when bringing forth any kind of effect, that it is impossible for more than two polar causes to be brought forth into a reciprocal connection. The means, however, cannot be considered a cause, but only a path by which the effect of the two polarities is brought forth to appear. For example, observe the magnetic fluidum. Can the magnetic fluidum, when it is absorbed by an iron rod, only be found polarly? Or rather, is it polarly freely effective within itself throughout the entire infinity? Therefore, an iron rod is only the path upon which this fluidum can express itself tangibly to your senses. It would be an impossibility to consider the iron rod as that which brings forth the magnetic fluidum itself. Or would you say that the air and the ether between a sun and a planet are the source of light? They are no more than the path upon which the light reaches a planet while emanating from a sun, provided that the planet is structured and is capable of absorbing the light that overcomes it. Therefore, we shall not consider the air in this manner. When forming a tone as a means of being the cause of the sound, but only as a path upon which the tone forms, as they are developed between the string and flat board, can be perceived by the ear. Do not imagine the sound when you think about tone, but only a form which, through a certain degree of vibration, is drawn out of some smooth and elastic surface. The sound is no more than a witness which, through regular vibration of some body that has the ability to vibrate, develops the forms of another underlying body. Even though you might believe that you are well versed in the art of music, I say that there is hardly a subject with which you are less acquainted or more ill-informed about than the art of music. As far as this subject is concerned, you do not know more than the worms which gnaw on the dead bark of a tree. Consequently, you compose a few different high and low tones, and you take delight in them, just like the worms when they gnaw on the dead bark of a tree. But who among you has ever had the idea that the tone is one of the most wonderful forms? If you sing a note or a tone, or if you generate sound with an instrument, you have nothing more to say about it other than, this tone is a C or an A, and it belongs either to this or that octave. And you may also have the ability to know which instrument produced that tone or sound. Admit it, you do not know much about a tone, except perhaps that you can assess the quality of a tone and can rate its proportion in comparison with your ear. But that is about the extent of your knowledge of the tone. That you may have a fundamental understanding of how little knowledge you possess in the art of music, I will enlighten you a little, in passing, about the tone itself. You know that many strings can be tightened over one board, and each string will, in accordance with its tension, produce a different high or low tone, and everything will occur on one and the same board. If all possible differences of sound can be brought forth on one and the same board, then there must be an infinite number of forms contained in that board, so that they can appear completely perceptible through each possible degree of tension of the string. When you closely examine this particular board, what do you find? Nothing but an empty, flat board. And when you examine the strings that are attached to this board, what do you find? You find a uniform elastic string, either made of metal or the guts of an animal, and you have nothing but two flat uniformities, about which you cannot philosophize. Despite this, such multifariousness lies within these two flat uniformities that all the composers who have ever lived, dating back to the times of David, have not even taken a 1/1000th, note 1, 1 milliard in Britain and Germany equals 1 billion in France and the United States. Part of this in all their compositions. And these external tones are, in respect to the actual real tone, nothing but what the dead bark of a tree is in respect to its internal, invisible spiritual life. In accordance with this, what is a tone? Tone is nothing more than a self-expression of the many endless harmonious spiritual forms and how they are inherent in matter, or how they project into this matter. Therefore, the board of a musical instrument that vibrates with that instrument is an infinite world filled with spiritual forms. For example, if you strike a C or an A, then an entire creation with an eternally innumerable number of beings of all kinds reports to your ear in a uniformly perceptible way through that rudimentary sound. As a human being, you remain with what you perceive, but you do not examine what is behind it. And even when, after several successive sounds, you are seized by some great ideas, and these living spiritual forms literally grab you by the neck, you are blind and gnaw on the bark, without thinking that with every single tone, through the perceptible tone of a single word, all things that fill the entire infinity come forth. Now you should have a small idea of what a tone is, and how different its great significance is from the monotonous sound that you call tone. Since we previously proceeded from harmonious conditions and described how a continuous harmony exists between a flat board and a string, and how these effects, at least outwardly, originate out of this harmony, we can therefore bestow complete validity upon our first sentence, when it was said that between two celestial bodies there must exist a continuous harmony, regardless of their distance from each other. Why is that so? Think of the sun as the vibrating board, and the planets as the strings that are tightened over it. Now, when the planets or strings that float around the vibrating board of the sun are struck by the light that emanates from the sun, the planets take on all the underlying forms that exist on the sun, after they have received this legacy by means of the light, and make the forms appear outwardly. If you now direct your attention upon the string of Saturn, which is tightened over the same sun as the string of Earth which you inhabit, you should easily understand that the same cause which affects your Earth and allows its forms to appear will therefore have the same effect on Saturn. For example, compare a piano with 7 octaves to one with only 5. You cannot deny that the piano with 7 octaves has much higher or much lower tones than the one with 5 octaves. However, when you start playing the scales on the piano with the 7 octaves at the same spot where the highest or lowest tones begins on the piano with 5 octaves, you will find that the scale will have the same rising and falling sound as it does on the piano with the 5 octaves. Of course, the tones of the larger instrument will probably sound stronger, have more volume, and be more developed than on the smaller instrument. Actually, we already have all this information. I said in the beginning that we would take a general overview of the entire wild animal kingdom on Saturn. Before we describe the domesticated animals individually, I just wanted to tell you that we have already made such a general overview. The description of the productive power of the sun had to be mentioned before, so that what still has to be said does not appear as blather or as a compelling representation of things on this planet, which make it appear as if the one who declares this has lost his imagination and therefore seeks refuge in what the earth has to offer as regards formal appearances. So that you would have to say, all the animals you find on earth will also be found on Saturn. Though of course with a few variations. They are proportionately larger in size and stronger, and, as a consequence, the light of the sun is more refracted and the animals are more colourful. Since such an anatomical, analytical representation of the harmonious condition has preceded this, there should not be one person with a believing heart who would object when I say, beginning with your largest original elephant down to the smallest mouse, Saturn has all of these animals as well on its surface. Only they are proportionately larger and stronger and more varied in colour between blue, green, red, white and black, while the colours of the animals on earth are rarely as completely developed, since the rays of the sun are still too intense, and therefore they are not sufficiently separated when they fall to the ground. The coloration is at all times a consequence of the light. The flowers on earth are coloured with all kinds of perfect colours, but these colours lack a certain living lustre, whereas the flowers on Saturn become much more lively. Not only does this coloration apply to the animals, but also to the humans on this planet. This should suffice as a general overview of the 4-footed animals as well as the other animals of this planet. We will briefly examine only those few tame animals that the earthly piano, with its 5 octaves, does not contain. Chapter 30. The tame animals of Saturn. The most beneficial animal, the cow, Buka. The first animal we shall observe is a large tame cow, which the Saturnites call buka. You might think, why do we start with the cow and not with the bull? We are not dealing with a zoological account of the animal kingdom where, in accordance with the learned order of the so-called zoologists, the male must at all times precede the female. Instead, we are dealing with an account of the animals of the planet in the order of their usefulness and in accordance with their noteworthiness. Since the cow is much more useful and much more noteworthy, we shall deal with it first, in its proper order. That means we shall deal with the cow before the bull. What kind of animal is the buka? What does it look like? How tall is it and where is its home? The buka or Saturn cow is a giant animal as far as its size is concerned. In spite of that, it is extremely tame. In accordance with its giant size, it eats very little fodder, but drinks considerably more water. With its plentiful supply of slightly yellowish and exceedingly good-tasting milk, this animal is the most beneficial among the creatures of this planet. Its milk is the main source of nourishment for the Saturnites. Now, you would probably like to know how much milk this cow produces in one Saturn day. Note 1. The diurnal rotation of Saturn is 10 hours and 14 minutes. Since the Saturn day is not much different from a day on Earth, it should not come as too much of a surprise to you when I say that this cow's regular milk production is frequently as much as 1,000 pails. Note 1. 1 pail equals 56.6 litres in one day. Note well, on Earth, such a cow would be quite welcome for some of your industrial tycoons, provided that it would not eat much more than a common cow on Earth, while it may drink as much water as it needs or wants. But since such very economical human beings would squander away too much if they were to possess such an animal, this animal shall therefore remain on Saturn, regardless of the fact that it would not be completely impossible to create a Saturn cow on Earth. What does this cow look like? The shape of the animal closely resembles the earthly cow, which you call aurochs. Note 2. The aurochs or Urus, Bos primigenius, is now extinct. However, its size cannot be compared. The Saturn cow is so large that a common cow on Earth would not be any bigger than a fly on the back of your earthly cows. After the mud, the male or bull is almost the largest animal on this planet. The cow, however, is considerably smaller than the bull. If such a cow were here on Earth, and you were to stand on its back, you would have a much better view than if you were standing on top of Plabertsberg, Note 3, a mountain near the Austrian city of Graz, in the province of Styria. Although the size of the cows on Saturn varies considerably. The largest species of these cattle can be found most of all on the continent we know as Herifa, which was mentioned right at the beginning, when we began with the unveiling of Saturn. In this country, Such a cow frequently reaches a height of 2,400 feet, and it has twice that length from the head to the tail. Its body is supported by 4 proportionately strong legs, which, when compared to the rest of the body, are much shorter than the feet of a cow on earth when compared to its body. An extraordinarily large udder with 8 proportionately long teats is located right between the hind legs. When the cow stands up, these teats are still 240 feet above the ground. How can you milk such a large cow? You do not milk the bucca like an earthly cow, because these cows give milk all by themselves. On account of their organism, the giving or the retention of their milk is controlled by the instinct will of this animal. How do the Saturnites notice when this cow will give milk? They notice it by the puffed up fullness of the udder and when the animal becomes quiet, which usually occurs after it has drunk a large quantity of water. When the cow is at rest, the Saturnites make haste and place large containers with wide openings under the teats. These containers are from the pumpkins which we discussed in a previous chapter. The milk is carefully gathered in these containers, which the cow gives voluntarily. Once the bucca has discharged all its milk, it lets that fact be known with a thunder-like grumbling. When the milk gatherers hear this grumbling, they immediately take their containers and leave their station from underneath the abdomen of the cow, so that when the cow begins to move again, no one gets trampled to death by the extremely giant and heavy foot of the bucca. After a cow is several years old, you no longer have to worry about that, because an older cow will not move as long as there is a human being under its belly. But this does not apply to the younger cows. They are by nature much livelier, and therefore more caution has to be exercised. The Saturnites make quite a bit of butter, fat, and cheese from this milk. They prefer to eat this type of food, especially butter and honey spread on cheese. On this planet, honey does not come from bees, but from a species of flowers that have large calyxes and an exquisite fragrance. These calyxes are filled by more than half with honey. Now we know how the Saturnites enjoy their milk. Therefore, what remains to be described is the colour of the cow. The body is blue-grey, and the area of the belly is completely white. Beginning at the body, the legs gradually turn dark blue. This applies to the front legs as well as to the hind legs. The tail of this animal is also darker in colour than the body, and is adorned to the end with an extremely strong vermilion bushy tuft. The neck is more slender than it is massive in proportion to the body. Beginning from the head to the front legs, and on each side, there is a long, strong, vermilion mane, the length of which is often up to 3,000 feet long. The head has no horns, and it is small in proportion to the rest of the body. The bull, however, has 2 small upright horns, which are bent back like those of a chamois. Something that accentuates the head of this animal are the ears, which have a length of 180 to 240 feet and a width 1/3 of their length. The ears are dazzling white. The forehead of this animal is light bluish grey. In the area of the proportionately large eyes, this colour is somewhat darker. The snout resembles that of a cow on earth. It is bare and dark grey. Everything else pretty well resembles the aurochs on earth. Is this animal kept in a barn? It is too large to build a stall for it, but it is kept in a living garden. On Saturn, this is a large pasture fenced in with the wall tree. The cow cannot jump over this fence in spite of its size, because its legs are short and it cannot lift its feet any higher than 30 feet from the ground. This is, in other words, the stall for this cow. Naturally, such a fenced-in meadow is 3 times the size of Styria. How many cows does an inhabitant of Saturn usually have? I tell you, anyone who has 10 cows and 2 bulls is considered to be the richest. That is pretty well everything which is noteworthy about this animal. Therefore, we shall now turn to another useful animal, the so-called domestic blue goat. Chapter 31. The Blue Goat. Bartering with its milk. The Goat Thanksgiving Festival. The connection of the Saturnites with the spiritual world. The wool of the blue goat and its use. What kind of animal is the blue goat? It is an extremely useful and indispensable animal for those Saturnites who are of moderate means, particularly for those who live in the mountains, where the large cow cannot move about freely and where there would not be enough to eat, though mainly there is not enough water available there for the cow to satisfy its great thirst. What does this animal look like? Does it look like any goat on earth? No, it does not. It somewhat resembles an elk, which on earth inhabits more the northern parts of the continents. This goat is, of course, at least 100 times larger than an elk on earth. It has between its 2 hind legs, in accordance to its size, a very large udder with 6 teats, which easily produce 10 to 20 pails of milk. The milk of the goat is not as sweet as that of the giant cow, but it is much more fragrant and more nourishing. Therefore, it happens quite often that the mountain dwellers take their good milk products to the people in the valleys and plains, to exchange it for other things which are of absolute necessity to them, On this planet there is no trade other than barter. This barter serves a good purpose for the mountain dwellers. The goat cannot thrive in the valleys and plains, but it does at the heights, where it searches for food under the snow with shovel-like forward bent horns. You should understand that on Saturn, as on Earth, the highest mountain peaks are covered with ice and snow during the time of the ring shadow. This animal is somewhat shy by nature, but when it is treated well by human beings, it becomes tame and domesticated. It almost runs behind them like your loyal dogs do on Earth. Therefore, when these mountain dwellers want to go somewhere, they have to tie this animal to a long grass rope on a tree. Otherwise, the goat would follow them. The Saturnites, especially those that live in the mountains, have a festival every year which they offer to the Great Spirit in gratitude for this beneficial animal. Quite a number of the most beautiful goats with full udders are taken to this festival. There, they are taken to a particular spot where they form a circle and where the goats are milked. And this milk is gathered in the cleanest and most beautiful containers. As soon as this work is done, the animals are led to a rain tree pond, which is always close by, and, as part of the obligatory thanksgiving, they are watered with this exceedingly good-tasting pure water. After that, they are let loose so that they can graze on the succulent pastures which surround this rain tree pond. The people return to the place where the fresh milk is waiting for them in those beautiful containers. Everybody takes his container and carries it to a temple which is specially built for this festival. The temple is planted with ray trees, bruder, or grown with mirror trees, ubra. The reason why I say planted or grown is because on this planet, temples of divine service are not built by carpenters as on Earth, but are grown out of the ground alive, and consist of the most beautiful trees. These trees are planted in a particular order, almost like a cordon on Earth, in the gardens, which are regularly pruned. A temple like this, when fully grown, is a magnificent sight, especially around the time when the trees are in bloom. The sight is so magnificent that you on Earth cannot imagine it. This temple is so large that it would take the people on Earth a whole day to walk from the holy entrance to the opposite side where the exit is. When the people have taken all their pumpkin containers with the milk into the temple, they first thank the Great Spirit for the gift of this beneficial domesticated animal, and also for the milk they have taken from it. After this prayer, the eldest rises from their midst and asks all the devout who have gathered to lie on the floor, face down. The elder looks upwards and implores the Great Spirit that he may permit the elder to be overcome by a spirit of light and proclaim to him what would be pleasing to the Great Spirit, what they should do while in the sanctuary. And since the inhabitants of Saturn, but mostly the mountain dwellers, are almost in constant contact with the spirits of their heaven, it happens all the time that after such a request by the elder, a shining light spirit in human form comes to them and proclaims how they are to conduct themselves. Once the spirit is finished with this proclamation, the people arise, and the elder announces what he has been told. After the sermon, the people give thanks again to the Great Spirit. Once that has been done with the greatest devotion, the people of both sexes fetch their milk containers and take them to the elder, so that he may speak the blessing of the Great Spirit over them. Then they return with their containers, embrace each other, and everyone invites the other to share his milk and an assortment of other edible foods. After such an invitation, they begin to eat in the temple and have conversations that contain all kinds of information. On this occasion, when almost all the food has been eaten, throughout the day they give thanks again to the Great Spirit, which the Saturnites seek to heighten through the songs of the birds whenever they are available. This is not done by the main singer, but by the singers of the second kind, as previously mentioned. After this thanksgiving, everybody leaves the temple, but mind you, never by the holy front exit, but always by the rear exit, which is intended for the people. Whereas the holy exit is only for the elder and for the spirits of light. As soon as the people are outside the temple, they call their goats which are grazing leisurely around the rain tree pond. The goats obey the call and follow their masters home. This is the simplest of celebrations for the Saturnites. Whatever concerns their main celebrations and the main divine service shall be described when we discuss the Saturnites in particular. When the inhabitants come home with their goats, they milk them again, and then let them roam free once more, for the Saturnites build no barn for these goats. Also, nobody makes a goat his permanent possession. If a goat comes to the dwelling of a human being with a full udder, they milk it and let it go. Also, nobody has to care for a goat, feeding it, etc., as it does not require anyone to tend it. These animals take care of themselves. They are so tame, good-natured, and attached that they always come at the right time to the dwellings of the people. They also do not need a guard or attendant, because on Saturn, especially in the mountains, there are no carnivorous animals. If you remember, those animals which are wild and antagonistic usually live in areas which are far from the continents inhabited by human beings, and they are separated by water. In the countries on the continents, these wild animals only inhabit areas where humans never set foot. If that should happen, it will happen only because of curiosity, pertness, and sometimes also greed. But in the mountains, as you know, wild animals other than the pointed foot, with which we are already acquainted, very rarely live. From what has been said, you can gather how easy it is for the Saturnites to keep this animal, and how beneficial it is for them. We have now learned everything important about this animal. I do not think it is necessary to reiterate why this animal is called the blue goat. Just as the name indicates, its colour is blue. In addition, this animal has extremely fine wool in plentiful amounts, like sheep on earth. The Saturnites, especially those who live in the mountains, make all kinds of warm clothing out of it for the colder shadow season. They clean the wool beforehand, then they spin it into beautiful, uniform, thick threads, and they weave all kinds of differently patterned cloth with very peculiar kinds of proficient tools. What happens when the blue goat dies? They skin it, and the meat is placed into a pit, because the people on Saturn hardly eat any meat. That is everything there is to know about this animal. In the next chapter, we shall describe another noteworthy domesticated animal. Chapter 32. The Saturn house servant, fur, a species of tame ape. Concerning the Saturn dog, horse, sheep, and other animal species. As far as this animal called the fur is concerned, its name is derived from the purpose that it serves for the Saturnites, whereas the animal which we discussed previously derived its name from its colour. What does this animal do? It renders the same services to its master as a faithful and diligent house servant on earth. This animal carries out almost all the work which you on earth would consider to be heavy or hard work, with the greatest accuracy. This animal tills the fields, carries water to the house, gathers wood and carries it to the house for the human beings to use, cleans the fields, and chases away harmful animals, and at night guards the entire household and carries out many more such chores. Therefore, the people on Saturn have given this animal the name fur, which is in accordance with its usefulness. The meaning in your language is faithful house servant. Now we already know what this creature does and what its name is. What does this useful domesticated animal resemble? That, of course, is an entirely different question. Is there on earth a similar creature which it resembles in form? The answer is yes. On earth there are similar creatures, and they exist in large numbers in all kinds of gradations. Only on earth these animals are without exception wild, whereas on Saturn the reverse is the case. There most animals of this species are tame, and they learn so easily that in a very short time they can be trained to do all kinds of human labour, and can be employed in this manner. What is the name of this animal on earth, which on account of its natural ability and physical structure could also be employed for most of these chores, if one only knew how to domesticate it and teach it the various human tasks? On earth, these animals are called apes, and particularly those which you know as the orangutan. As aforementioned, these creatures are the most useful members of the animal kingdom on Saturn, because they can be employed for all kinds of work. Does it cost much to maintain such an animal? They do not cost much at all. They are the most inexpensive servants for the Saturnites, because they demand nothing but to be treated properly and to eat the occasional fruit from the hand of a human being. That is everything that these workers demand from their masters. Only when they are abused or treated cruelly do they usually revenge themselves by becoming unfaithful and leaving the house forever. If they are retained by force, then the owner is in for a big fight, wherein the animal always becomes the winner by running away. When people on Saturn offend the fur so that the animal wants to leave, they indicate to the animal by holding some fruit in their hands and offering it that they regret their error and want to make up. Usually the offended animal turns around and, just as before, becomes again a faithful servant to its master. What kind of food does this useful animal eat? Its usual nourishment consists of all kinds of lower-growing fruit on trees and shrubs, which is rarely eaten by human beings, and not at all by those who are well-to-do. From this you can gather how little such servants cost their masters. And if you add to this the fact that this kind of fruit is in great abundance and not fit for human consumption, and that I care for the indestructible clothing of these workers, then you must clearly understand how extremely inexpensive these labourers are for the Saturnites. Since we have mentioned quite a bit about the usefulness of these animals, we will now turn to the shape. I mentioned before that these animals closely resemble the ape on Earth. However, on this large planet, everything is much more developed and perfected in accordance with its shape. Therefore, these faithful house servants are much more developed and perfected than an orangutan on Earth. As far as the skin of the Saturn orangutan is concerned, it is covered thickly with hair except for the palms of the hands and a small part of the face. Also, the hands and feet are, as a rule, significantly slimmer and therefore less fleshy than those of a Saturnian human. The human beings on Saturn are all very well built and perfect, without any hair on their bodies, except for the head and genital parts. The colour of the skin of the Saturnites is mostly snow white, and, in the plains, the colour touches on a reddish brown, whereas the colour of the hair of this animal is either light blue or sometimes grey. The parts which are without hair are at all times a pale red. How tall is such an animal? It is close to the height of a Saturn woman, but nobody has ever seen one reaching the height of a Saturn man. What is the main habitat of this animal? If you take into consideration that on this planet all the continents are in one and the same climatic zone, it should be easily understood when I say that this animal's habitat is on almost every continent, and mainly with mountain dwellers, and that this applies to the entire planet with very little variance in its form and colour. This species of ape is not the only one that lives on this planet. There is an almost immeasurable variety of species of this particular animal, but all of them are wild. On some continents, these animals are so numerous that they move in large herds to the mountains, and, while there, they do not spare the noble fruit intended for the mountain dwellers. When this occurs, the faithful house servants perform an invaluable service, because as soon as they catch sight of these herds anywhere close to the fruit trees of the Saturnites, they immediately drop whatever they might be doing and run incensed towards these uninvited parasites. Woe to those intruders who are caught! They will not escape. Instead, they are torn to pieces immediately. Because all the smaller species of this group of animals knows instinctively that the reception by these larger members of their species is anything but friendly. These confrontations happen very rarely, only when they are forced by vital necessity. Such a venture is always undertaken at night and never during the day, and only when the area is under the shadow of the ring, which to the people of Saturn means as much as winter on Earth. Now we know everything noteworthy about this animal, and for this reason we shall describe another domesticated animal, which is held in great esteem by the Saturnites of the plains and valleys. What kind of animal is this? In many aspects, it resembles your domesticated dog. And as far as its usefulness is concerned, on account of its strength and agility, it is used for everything for which you use horses, except for riding, because the Saturnites do not ride animals. A Saturnite considers it below his human dignity to mount the ignoble body of an animal with his noble body, and nothing will carry him faster to his destination than his own 2 feet. This animal also has many various gradations or species, which on the different continents exist in a variety of species, and, with the exception of a few smaller species, almost all are used for the same purpose. These are the least beautiful animals. Their colour is similar to the colour of other animals on Saturn, but they are not as clean and not as lively. Therefore, between dogs on Earth and on Saturn, there is almost no other difference other than size. The largest of this species on Saturn is 500 times the size of your largest dog on Earth. But as far as the rest of these dogs is concerned, they are used besides their other activities as guard dogs They do not bark. Their voice is more like a thunder-like growling. The growling is of course much louder when it comes to the larger species, whereas it is not loud when it comes to the smaller species. That is about everything noteworthy that can be said about this animal. If you would ask the question, is there one animal on Saturn that resembles our noble horse on Earth? My answer to that question would be yes. There is a kind of horse on Saturn, but it is never tamed, because on Saturn it belongs to the wild animals. Are there any sheep on Saturn? Yes, there are, but they are not tame either, but are considered as wild, and they are often hunted for their beautiful soft hides. There are quite a few of these species on Saturn in the form which are tame on Earth, whereas on Saturn these animals are not domesticated but live wild. The entire animal kingdom on Saturn has been described in the shortest possible manner, and if you exercise your powers of imagination just a little, it should be easy as a result of this to achieve a very pictorial representation that you can almost imagine any animal described here and how it exists in its natural state on this planet. The great multifariousness shall give you new proof of how wonderful and abundant my infinite works are. And since these works exist already on one planet in such multifariousness and beauty, how many more wonderful and grandiose works does a sun contain on its vast soil? And how many unpronounceable, wonderfully grandiose and multifarious works does a spiritual world contain, when a material, natural world, by comparison, hardly represents much more than the external dead bark of a tree? Information like this, and many other things in comparison, I shall disclose to you when I describe the people of this planet. As for today, we shall conclude this chapter. Chapter 33. The Saturnian human beings. Their origin, population density, and housing conditions. Much has already been said about the humans on Saturn. Regardless of that, much more remains to be said about the masters of this celestial body. In order for you to learn in what kind of order this planet exists, and whose spirit's child it is. Since a good order is at all times and everywhere the basis of all wisdom, we shall therefore observe here a human being in a good order. First of all, in his externally shaped being, and then his spiritual existence, and everything that enters into the region of the spiritual, such as his country's constitution, his trade, and his divine service. Now we shall begin with the physical shape of the Saturnian human being. Was there only one human couple on Saturn, or were there at the same time at various places several human couples created? All human beings that now live on Saturn originate from one human couple. This applies to all planets, just as it applies to Earth. The history of the Saturnites is more than 1 million Earth years older than the history of human beings on Earth. A Saturnite throughout his entire life has rarely more than 4 descendants with his wife. It should be understandable when I say that this planet, in proportion to Earth, is by many times less populated than Earth. On the large continental countries, of which several are larger in area than Asia, Africa, and Europe, human beings very seldom live in a neighbourly way next to each other. This situation that exists in your villages on Earth belongs to one of the greatest rarities on Saturn. If a human being from Earth were somehow able to travel to one of these continents, the dwellings of the people on Saturn are so far apart that it would take him at least 10 to 12 days to travel from one to another. In the mountains, these distances from one dwelling to another, or from one neighbour to another, are the rule rather than the exception, whereas in the lower-lying regions, which are next to the lakes and rivers, the dwellings of the Saturnites are closer together. Wherever you find such an abode, there are not only a few human beings, but an entire family, which usually numbers anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 people. How large are their dwellings that they can accommodate so many people? It should be mentioned that the Saturnites prefer to have plenty of space. As far as their accommodation is concerned, this was mentioned right at the beginning with the description of the sun tree, Gliuba. It was also mentioned that this tree is their house, one which they prefer to all others. Therefore, I do not have to describe the peculiar shape of this tree again, other than to remind you that it is an extraordinary tree with many trunks, and that on its wide branches, which almost always run in a horizontal manner, the people build their dwellings. Such a tree is as significant on Saturn as an important city on Earth. The patriarch of such a large family assigns the individual branches and side trunks to the individual family, and it then becomes their own property, just like a house in your cities. The difference here, however, is that the people who live in this tree city are all blood relatives, while in your cities, anyone who has the financial means can purchase a house right next to you. You might ask yourself, how can these people sleep on these branches? If they turn around during their sleep, will they not fall out of the trees? The possibility of this happening would be much greater if you were simply to turn around in your bed, because these horizontal outward-bound branches are so thick and wide that on a single branch there is enough room for every house in your capital city. Note 1. The capital city is Graz in Austria, with a population of over 200,000. And there would still be enough room to drive and ride around. Besides that, there are a large number of smaller branches growing in a horizontal parallel direction from the wide edges of each of these large branches. They are the actual carriers of the fruit of this tree. Closer to the trunk, these smaller branches are of significant strength. They are so strong that if a human being would walk, stand, or lie beyond the edge of the branch, he would not fall off the tree. Let us assume that despite these smaller branches, it happens that someone walks carelessly beyond them and falls to the ground, or from a higher branch to a lower branch. This person would not sustain any injury from such a fall. The reason for this is already known to you, and has been mentioned in a previous chapter. On Saturn, through the existing attraction between the actual planet and the ring, the specific weight of any given body, including the body of a human being, is significantly reduced. Therefore, nobody on Saturn will be able to fall with the same severity as someone on Earth. The above explanation is the reason for this occurrence and should completely satisfy the inquisitive mind in this respect. As long as this planet has been populated by human beings, no one has ever broken a leg or an arm during his lifetime, and nobody has injured his head or sustained a hole in his head through a fall, which of course happens quite often on Earth. The question now arises, is this tree the only dwelling the Saturnites call home? The answer is no. Besides these main tree dwellings, they have various other dwellings, which are occupied during the cool shadow time. These houses are built in various ways. Some are built from the strong branches of the pyramid tree, while others are grown from the species of the more slender trees. The houses that are grown, or living house, are superior to those which are built. However, they always build houses between those which are grown, because they serve as storage for their food. They also only make a fire in those houses which they build, where they cook, boil, and roast their various food, though not in the same clever and artificial manner as you do on Earth, but more as you would bake an apple or cook pears, vegetables, and some of your good-tasting beets and roots. This is what the entire art of cooking consists of on Saturn. In these houses they also store their milk products, as well as their precious berry juice containers. Nobody eats or sleeps in the houses that are built. That is always done in the houses that are grown, because it is unbearable for the Saturnites to remain, for a longer period, in the vicinity of a dead thing. That applies to a house which is built from trees that have been cut down, as well as to dead human beings or animals. That is why houses built by the Saturnites are used exclusively as workshops and storage rooms. You would probably like to know how large such a man-made house is, and also what it looks like. I can grant this wish. These houses are built in the form of a wreath, similar to the houses in the Austrian countryside, except they do not have any roofs. They are completely open towards the sky. For the Saturnites, the greatest atrocity is a house separated from heaven by a roof. They say that everything that comes from above unto the ground is a blessing from heaven, and therefore a blessing for the soil. And since they also live on the soil, why should they separate themselves and hide from the blessings of heaven? They are of the opinion that it is also a much greater benefit to them, since they are alive, and therefore in much greater need of heaven's blessing than the soil of their earth, which they believe to be dead. Now we know how their houses are built. Now all we need to know is their form and size. Usually these houses are built in the shape of a star, like a compass dial. However, these houses have sometimes 8, 16, or even 32 pointed tips, each of which forms a kind of separate section for food and drink. In the center of this round, wide room is a round hearth where food is cooked. It is understood that the hearth is in proportion to the size of the Saturnites. In such a star house, the distance from one tip to the opposite tip, in accordance with your earthly measurements, would take 1 hour if you walked it in good stride. As far as the height of this house is concerned, every person on Saturn that is as tall as a man can easily look over the walls of this house. Are these houses decorated in any way? No, other than that people adorn them with the foliage of the trees they cut down to build them with. That is everything in regards to these houses. Since we have learned that the houses they build are the actual farm, kitchen, and storage buildings of the people on Saturn, we shall now take a closer look at their living domiciles. What is the form of these live domiciles? Their external form is completely round, with one entrance from the morning, east. Only 2 different kinds of species of trees are used to build, or rather, grow these houses. The more beautiful and more magnificent houses are grown with the well-known mirror trees, ubra, planted closely together. The houses that are less beautiful and less magnificent are grown with the wall tree, brack. Not the common kind, but the cultivated wall tree. The inside floor of these houses is made completely level. Grass seeds are sown on this floor, from which a very short but extremely thick grass grows like a thick carpet. This grass has the appearance of velvet and is so resilient that when someone walks on it, it immediately springs back to its original state. In the centre of the house is a large, round, and proportionately high hearth, which is covered on all sides with the same grass. So that you have an idea of the size, circumference, and height of this hearth, I can tell you that it has a diameter of roughly 540 feet, and a height that reaches above the knees, even halfway up to the thighs, of a Saturnian man. However, when its height is compared to the height of a woman, the hearth is about half her size. Note 1. A woman is 80 to 90 feet tall, and a man 95 to 135 feet. What purpose does this hearth serve? It serves the Saturnites in the same manner as do tables on earth, namely for food and drink. Not far from this hearth table, at a distance of approximately 200 feet, there is a completely round pyramid, obtuse at the top, which at its base has approximately 3 times the diameter of the hearth. The space at the top of the pyramid is only large enough for a man to stand on conveniently. This pyramid has the height of a man and is covered with the same grass as the floor and hearth, and it serves as the family pulpit for the patriarch. Every day, before sunset, the eldest member of the family stands on this platform, whereupon the whole family gathers around in order to hear from him the will of the Great Spirit pertaining to the night and the entire following day. What other kinds of furnishings or facilities does such a house contain? Completely in the background, the entrance directly opposite the sunrise, there is another circular wall covered with the same grass, but it is not as high by far as the centre pulpit. Instead, it is considerably larger in circumference and with many moderate curvatures. What is the purpose of this third circular wall? This is the common bed, or place of rest, for our tall Saturnian humans. Before they go to sleep, they place soft pillows into the curvature close to the periphery of this circular wall, and lean against one of these curvatures, each person having one such curvature. The men take their position, which faces the rising sun, and the women face the setting sun. All are resting with their bodies in a position that is 30 degrees in earth measurements in relationship to the floor. That is how they fall asleep. They remain in this position until shortly before sunrise. In spite of the ring shadow, they notice the sunrise, because the ring never covers the sun so completely that nothing can be seen of the sun. And should it happen at times that the ring is wider, that it covers the sun completely, the duration of such cover never lasts longer than half a day. After that, a small edge of the sun becomes visible again. These are all the furnishings which such a house contains, which is occupied by the Saturnites during the time of the shadow. What is the size of such a house in regards to its circumference? The diameter is longer than the well-known star-like storage houses by more than half. Does the entire population of the large dwelling tree live in such a house? No, only one family, that is, one father and one mother with their children and children's children, just as they live together on one branch of a tree during the light time. There are as many man-made dwellings as there are branches on which the Saturnites live. In such common family dwellings, the area around such a tree covers mostly more square miles than Styria, 632,586 square miles. These dwellings are, as you know, at such a distance from each other that it would take many days' travel to reach another one. Around these dwellings are the grounds and grazing lands of the domesticated animals, which you already know. These animals must have enough ground so that enough can be harvested for the maintenance of the life of the people on Saturn, as well as the preservation of the animals. In addition to this, there are, at border regions of the common family properties, the large, far-expanding forests of the funnel trees, and on the large plains, especially on the northern side of large lakes, there are forests of pyramid trees covering areas of 2,000 to 3,000 square geographic miles. And there are also other large forests of shrubs. When you take all this into consideration as well, you will not be surprised that the distance between two common family dwellings is so far. Now we know how the people on Saturn dwell, especially those in the mountain regions. But we do not know anything about the rules or laws by which they govern their households. However, we examined those Saturnites and their dwellings who live in the mountainous areas. But before we turn to the people who live on the plains, we shall first examine, in the chapter that follows, the household constitution of the people of the highlands. Chapter 34. The household constitution of the Saturnites. The planting of a temple. The most important law. Emigration, love your neighbour, or charity. Who is the head or principal of such a large family or commune in the highlands? If it happens that the progenitor is still alive, he remains both the head and high priest of the family for as long as he lives. When he dies, and there are 2 or more sons, the oldest son is chosen to be the head in domestic as well as in spiritual matters. When the eldest son dies, and 1 or more brothers are still alive, then the oldest surviving brother always becomes the head. When the last of the brothers has died, then the firstborn son of the oldest of these brothers becomes the head. In other words, the brother who took over as head of the family from the progenitor. Under these conditions, the oldest in the family will always be the head of the family. When a family is not as numerous, then the transfer of duties as head of the family from one member to another sometimes continues up to the 7th generation, in some instances even to the 10th generation. What happens when the family becomes too numerous, when it reaches the 5th generation? At this point, a separation takes place, which happens in the following manner. The eldest brother takes over the family responsibilities, whereas the two younger brothers, after they have been given a dowry by the brother that remains as head of the family, take their family members and leave with their belongings in search of another uninhabited dwelling tree, Kliuba. After having found such a tree, they say their thanksgiving prayers and, under the leadership of the oldest, beseech the Great Spirit to bless and maintain the live domicile as well as all their other dwellings. Once this prayer has been completed, the oldest takes several steps to the side and prays by himself. He is asking the Great Spirit to provide him with the Spirit of light, the same as the Great Spirit did for his father and forefathers, and that this Spirit may at all times proclaim to him the will of the Great Spirit. During this prayer, all family members lie on the ground with their faces down. The oldest does not cease with his invocation until the Great Spirit has sent him the desired Spirit of light. When the Spirit of light has appeared, the elder asks the Spirit to bless the new uninhabited tree in the name of the Great Spirit, and then to take him first into the tree to show him the place which he is to occupy as the head of the family. Once that has been done, the oldest gives thanks to the Great Spirit in the presence of the Spirit of light for this great blessing. Then the oldest is led down by the Spirit of light to the spot where the Spirit of light first appeared to him. Here, the Spirit of light leaves the oldest, but not until he has strengthened his will. Strengthened in this manner, in his innermost, the oldest returns to his family, which is still lying on the ground face down, and speaks to them in a strong voice, whereupon they rise, praising the Great Spirit for bestowing such a great blessing upon them, and giving them their own enlightened patriarch. Once that has been accomplished, the oldest assigns the branches to the fathers of the families, and they take possession with gratitude. The branches are cleaned and made ready for occupancy. On such an occasion, which does not occur too often on Saturn, everybody is very happy and cheerful. They have a livable tree, but they do not yet have their live houses to live in and the storage buildings. That is why, on the first day, not much is achieved, and everything is properly taken into consideration, planned and discussed. but always under the leadership of the oldest, because nobody will do anything without his consent. At dawn the next morning, they immediately begin measuring the areas for the houses which are yet to be grown. Then the oldest blesses the lots, and the seeds of those trees which are appropriate for growing such live houses are placed into the ground in the proper order. Once this work is done, which rarely takes more than one day, they go into the forest the next day to cut the proper wood for building the storage buildings. The domesticated animals also help with this work. Horrid, the Saturnian lion, which is half tame and half wild, cuts down the biggest tree branches from the pyramid tree with its strong beak, and the well-known house servant Fir picks up these branches and carries them to the place indicated by the people. As soon as all the required wood is at the building site, it is properly trimmed and the storage buildings are built. When that is done, the animal stables and gardens are planted. Also, a fairly wide dam is built around a rain tree, so that water can be gathered and a pond can begin to emerge. Should there be any mountain springs, they build simple water conduits through which water is conducted to the main dwelling. These conduits are built with the aforementioned stick snails. Should these snail shells not be available, the fruits of the funnel tree are used. Once that has been done, other properties are measured and their use determined. And when this allotment has been completed, should there be forests of funnel trees too close to these properties or infringing upon these properties, the trees are cut down and the forest is cleared to the extent that they have the right size for the property. When this work is commenced, the aforementioned animals are given their tasks. The wood is piled up to dry at the end of the properties, and later is used as firewood. When this work is complete, the properties are blessed by the patriarch, and all kinds of fruits are sown. This seeding usually takes place every 10 years on this planet. However, one seeding fully suffices for all future harvests, where the soil is richer, because the roots of Saturn plants do not die off so easily, but remain alive in the soil, like the roots of so many shrubs and bulbous plants on Earth. Once this work is completed, it is the last work in regards to preparing the soil for the harvest. Then the family gets together to give a prayer of thanksgiving to the Great Spirit, and at the end of this prayer, they beseech him to bestow upon all these fruits and upon all their labour a prosperity that has his blessing. Once they have completed these prayers of thanksgiving and supplication, they begin with the most important work, namely, the planting of a temple, wherein they offer the great God alone a sacrifice that is pleasing unto him. This is performed by the patriarch and 2 of the elders, and no one else is allowed to put his hand on this holy work. Where do they begin with this work? On this occasion, the patriarch proceeds to the location where the messenger from the beyond first appeared, and beseeches the Great Spirit to most graciously show him through the Spirit of light, where he, the Great Spirit, would like to have the temple erected. When the Patriarch has implored the Great Spirit long enough, and no one has appeared, then they build the temple where the Spirit appeared the first time. Should the Spirit appear, he leads the Patriarch to the spot where the temple is to be built. Or the Patriarch sees the Spirit already on the spot where the temple is to be built. The Patriarch goes to the spot where the Spirit awaits to show him the outline of the temple. On the spot where the Spirit is waiting, a mark is placed on the ground. That is where the elevation is built from, whence the Patriarch will teach his family. At the same time, he is shown a spot by this heavenly messenger, in the direction towards the rear exit, upon which the Patriarch, after appealing properly to the Great Spirit, will learn the will of the Great Spirit from the heavenly messenger. Once all this is done, the Spirit will become invisible. The Patriarch gives a sign, so to speak, from man to man through a number of messengers who are waiting within a certain distance from each other, right to the dwelling tree, with the message that he has permission from the Great Spirit to build a temple on that spot. He asks them to thank the Great Spirit with him for such a blessing, and to beseech him that seeds to grow the temple may soon prosper, and that he may find all of them worthy to let them know his holy will. This prayer is very solemn, and as soon as it is completed, the Patriarch calls for 2 or 3 of the oldest and distributes seeds among them that have been breathed upon by the Spirit. These are planted in the soil to grow the temple. The elders immediately begin their work and plant the seeds of the most magnificent and beautiful species of trees with the greatest devotion and confidence. The 2 or 3 eldest plant the front part of the temple, which is intended for the people or family members, whereas the Patriarch plants the sanctum of the temple, which consists mostly of ray trees, bruder, while the other part of the temple is usually made up of myrrh trees, ubra. Besides the elliptical egg shape of the temple, a circle of the noblest kind of wall tree, brack, is planted at the proper distance instead of a ring wall. This noble kind of tree can be distinguished from the common kind by its bark. The bark of the common kind looks like gold, whereas the bark of the noble kind looks like many rainbows, one on top of the other. The colours have a very lively metallic lustre. The leaves on the upper edge have almost the form of aloe leaves, only their size is in proportion to everything else on this planet. Their colour is a dazzling white. The blossom is just like the common wall tree, only more delicate with an extremely lovely fragrance. When these temple builders have completed their work, they again thank the Great Spirit for the energy and the insight that enabled them to build this temple, and they ask him to help the seeds so that the temple may grow perfectly from the planted seeds. After these prayers of thanksgiving and supplication, they leave the building site with great awe and walk backwards more than halfway from the wall tree. They bow and then depart for home. When they reach their dwelling, they ask the others to get up from the ground and climb up to their allotted branches of the tree they dwell in, upon which they eat and drink after the eldest in the family has blessed their food. Because, while the temple is being seeded, which for the Saturnites is one of the most spiritual rituals, neither food nor drink is consumed. After the meal, which is under those circumstances as well as on a specific spiritual day, celebrated in the evening, the elder admonishes all family members that they should sincerely unite their will with the will of the Great Spirit, and that they should have no other will now other than that the seeds of the temple should soon prosper in a wonderful manner. Upon such admonition, every Saturnian inhabitant present hones his will, invigorating the soil where the temple is seeded. And you can believe this. The circumstances surrounding such an occasion are absolutely miraculous. The seeded temple very often stands there complete in all its great splendour on the following morning, which to you might seem inexplicable. When the family sees this temple, their devout jubilation and praise finds no end. This jubilation, praise, and glorification sometimes lasts for several days and nights. Why are these people so happy when their temple has grown so well and so fast? There is more than one reason for their happiness. The main reason is that they are convinced now that the Great Spirit is with them in their new domicile as he was before in their old one. A second reason is that, through this, they once again have a place where they can and are permitted to approach the Great Spirit through their patriarch. And a third reason is that this family, which is now separated from the main family, through this temple is obviously pleasing to the Great Spirit. There is still another reason, but one which is closely related to the third reason, which is that this entire community can now draw the conclusion that the new property they occupy is rightfully theirs, and is therefore a place of permanence. Because when a temple does not grow as quickly, then from their point of view, the property is not rightfully theirs, and therefore, if someone should come and say that his property had been in their possession before, they must at all times be prepared to relinquish it immediately, without any opposition, and look for another property elsewhere. Once there is a temple, any former owner loses all rights to this property. He would not, at the sight of such a new temple, make even the slightest demand for the restitution of his property. On Saturn, the greatest law in existence is as follows. Whatever the Great Spirit has given to someone belongs completely to those who have received it from him. And no being of heaven, no spirit of light, and no worldly creature has the right to contend this highest of all gifts. Whosoever would do that must be cast out to those regions of the planet where nothing else awaits him but eternal cold, eternal ice, and eternal snow. Every person on Saturn knows this law, and there is hardly any law which is more respected than this one. For this reason, there are never ever any ownership disputes, especially among the mountain dwellers, because among themselves they always observe the best of order. In regards to the relationships between neighbours, there are no real borders. Instead, wherever someone settles, that is as much as his property. Because every human being on Saturn carries as much as the testimony of the Great Spirit within himself, and this suffices him to travel anywhere on this entire celestial body. Should it happen that a continent occasionally becomes overpopulated, several families will join together and leave their homeland and, on the ships we discussed in another chapter, move to another land on Saturn. Once they have reached this land, they look for suitable accommodation. When they have found such a place, they have the right to remain there for an entire year and partake of what the soil has to offer. Should the seeding of the temple prosper in the manner previously described, or should the temple grow gradually in the natural manner, and if the emigrated family can show the building site of the temple to the emissary of that country's natives, who has been dispatched to them for that purpose, and if they can prove to him that all the temple trees are all growing well, then under those circumstances they are the owners of the property which they occupy. And the previous owner no longer has any rights to the property of which the newcomers have taken possession, except the right to friendship. A human being on Saturn never denies this right of friendship to another. They immediately establish a relationship, whereupon the patriarch of the newcomers says to the emissary of the native people, "Brother in the Great Spirit, observe how your eyes examine me, but do not find anything which would deny them access to my person. By the same token, your heart shall not find anything in my heart that will deny you anything of which you are in need. That is why you are a brother to me in the Great Spirit." After these words have been spoken, they embrace each other. This embrace is a permanent document of complete community property of two of such families. Whereupon the emissary invites the entire newly arrived family to make use of his dwelling until the new property has grown in all its aspects. Soon thereafter, the newcomers follow the emissary, who is usually an elder himself, to his house. Such an occasion is at all times one of great celebration, because for the Saturnites there is almost nothing greater or more exalting than finding a brother in the Great Spirit on another continent or in the country to which they have emigrated. This is how the Saturnites address each other. Should it happen that the newcomer, upon his arrival in the dwelling of the other elder, finds that his host lives under very poor circumstances, he offers his host his services to cultivate and extend the grounds. These services are always graciously accepted by the host, and, in return, the host offers his services to his neighbour. If, however, the newly arrived patriarch says to his new neighbour, "Brother in the Great Spirit, I am now convinced that you are very needy. Therefore I have decided to return your former property to you, and I shall look elsewhere for a place to live." The answer to this offer by the native patriarch will then be as follows. "Brother in the Great Spirit, I would rather cease to live and wish not to exist before I would see you leave the place which you have taken with the permission of the Great Spirit. You know very well that it is not the soil, but only the Great Spirit which gives us all the means to live. Therefore, the ground we live on is large enough to completely nourish at least 10 or more families like ours." When the newcomers decide to stay, there is another celebration, and the original inhabitant does everything in his power to have his new brother for all times close to his brother heart. This is all for today. In the next chapter, we shall continue to deal with the constitution of the mountain dwellers. Chapter 35. The main law of life. The will of God. Treatment for offenders. So far, we have learned that on this planet, namely among the mountain dwellers, there are no borders as far as personal properties are concerned, and that the expression on the face of a human being is sufficient testimony for the Saturnites that the Great Spirit has given him the indisputable right to take possession of such properties anywhere on the planet which suits his needs. We shall now return to our family, which was separated from the main family under the leadership of a new patriarch. We have seen how the new temple was built, and we have heard about the possibility of how such blessed seeds grow with miraculous speed from the soil of this planet. And we have also seen how the Saturnites build or grow other buildings. This completes the description of the new development of their property. We shall now describe what you on earth would call a political constitution. What does a political constitution consist of when it comes to such a family? On Saturn, a political constitution is very short and contains only a few words. The foundation of this constitution consists of only one main law, namely, that not one member of any family community is permitted to do anything unless the patriarch communicates to him the will of the Great Spirit. Neither will any community member do anything unless he is told. Once he has been told the will of the Great Spirit by the patriarch, he cannot begin the work until he has given thanks to the Great Spirit for proclaiming his will. After giving thanks, he will also beseech the Great Spirit that the work he is undertaking will succeed in a rightful and proper manner. That is the main foundation of the entire political constitution of the Saturnites. Every human being acts in accordance with this principle and does not worry about anything else. The Saturnites care only how they can properly thank the Great Spirit after they have completed their work. You can believe that this short sentence contains everything imaginable. Whosoever acts in accordance with my will acts properly at all times. Therefore, there are no additional interpretations about this brief political law, which any child can commit to memory after it has been repeated 3 times. And this short law has no penal or criminal codex at its side as a political taskmaster, except for the expression, I act in accordance with the cognizable will of the Great Spirit. This expression is for every human being on Saturn the most powerful documented evidence of lawful conduct, which cannot be influenced by anything else. Should it, however, occur that at times, when someone from the depths, note 1, people from the plains and valleys, comes to these mountain dwellers and deals with these people to his own advantage, without having first discussed the matter with the eldest member of a family, then the eldest, or the next in line, goes immediately to this person and asks him, "In whose will are you doing this?" Should his reply be, "It is done in the will of the Great Spirit," then he will not be interfered with in his undertakings. But should the answer be, "In order for me to profit, this was absolutely necessary," then the eldest will give him the following lecture. "Listen, my brother, in the Great Spirit. How is it possible that you have more than is necessary, which lies only in the will of the Great Spirit? Do you have an additional need, which is apart or separate from the need in accordance with the will of the Great Spirit? Therefore, I advise you as a true brother in the Great Spirit to cease this work immediately, so that you do not become unfortunate while in the midst of carrying out your intentions. Should you be destitute and homeless, look to our house, for there is enough room to accommodate hundreds like you. If you did this deed because of a hidden urge of selfishness, then fall instantly upon your countenance and implore the Great Spirit earnestly and remorsefully that he may spare you from a proper punishment. The Great Spirit is exceedingly benevolent to the good, but extremely strict and just towards those who are contrary to his holy will, which is above all. Following such an address, the foreigner who did not have the authority to commit these deeds will immediately abandon his intentions. Should he refuse, then the elder will reply, "Do as you please as far as I am concerned, and may it be granted to you for all times of times, that your sins do not become greater in the eyes of the Great Spirit. But be on guard that your punishment does not strike you in the open field." Note 1. When no one else is around. Upon which the elder offers his hand and leaves, and lets him continue with his work. When the elder arrives at his home, what does he do? You might be of the opinion that the elder will dispatch several members of his family, as is the custom on earth, with ropes and spears to take the offender into custody and take him home to dispense the proper punishment. That, of course, is not the case among the people of this planet, especially when it comes to the mountain dwellers. When such an occasion arises, the elder informs the members of his family as to the circumstances, and he requests that they all gather and beseech the Great Spirit, with the supplication that he may be charitable and merciful towards this brother who has forsaken himself and who has acted contrary to the will of the Great Spirit, and that the Great Spirit may return the offender to true cognizance, where a human being should have no other need than the sole will of the Great Spirit. After the family members have prayed in earnest for a certain period of time, the eldest collects himself in his heart and calls for the Spirit of Light, who is always ready to dispense the proper advice. The elder asks the Spirit to proclaim to him the will of the Great Spirit for the permanent welfare of the particular lost brother. Under those circumstances, the Spirit of Light never neglects to inform the elder as to what to do. Should the offender be a hardened, willful, and selfish person, then the elder is given the task of taking the foreigner into custody and leading him to the heights where the family dwelling is located. While there, the offender is given food and drink and is lectured in the cognizance of the only valid will of the Great Spirit, even if such a lecture lasts for 7 days. Then the offender is led into the temple, and there he promises the Great Spirit the greatest obedience from the bottom of his heart, and, consequently, never to take another step without the will of the Great Spirit. If such an offender converts when this is carried out, then after a prayer of thanksgiving, he is given a fair amount of different kinds of food supplies and is led by 3 people from the family to the place which he has indicated as his home. If it is a fact that they find his dwelling where he said it would be, this ends the entire procedure, except that he is again reminded by the 3, in a brotherly but serious manner, to abide by what he has promised. He is also admonished as to his gratitude towards the Great Spirit. Should it so happen that this stranger's dwelling is too far away from the mountains, or that he has no dwelling at all, which is mostly the case when it comes to the dwellers of the depths, in the first instance, he is released at the foot of the mountain, with a most urgent and extremely threatening admonition never to break his promise again. Then he is blessed and set free. But if he is a vagabond and, even though when he was in the mountains he said he had a home, has in fact no place of his own, despite such a circumstance, he is set free. A situation like this arises very rarely, and it is pointed out that he did not deceive the mountain dwellers, but only the one whose will they fulfill at all times. They also make him aware that this is the greatest of all evils which a man can commit, and that he is now on his own, and must manage to deal with the one who knows all his thoughts before he thinks them. They show the offender all the negative consequences which are based on experience, and leave him without blessing him. Whosoever has committed an offence against them is blessed in order for that person to return to the Great Spirit. But nobody dares to bless a person who has committed a sacrilege against the Great Spirit, unless it can clearly be seen that the offender is still in the grace of the Great Spirit. Should this be the case, he will be blessed. If, as happens frequently, the offender is soon thereafter punished by the Great Spirit, the Saturnists ask the Great Spirit for forgiveness on an almost daily basis for the sacrilege he has committed against the Great Spirit. Nobody dares to bless such a convict, unless they come into the knowledge spiritually, or in a natural manner, that the Great Spirit has begun to moderate the imposed punishment. That is the procedure with a hardened criminal. If the person is not a hardened criminal, then the elder dispatches 3 messengers laden with fruit to the offender, where he is still carrying out his work. As soon as they arrive, they instruct him to cease with his work immediately in the name of the Great Spirit, and they instruct him about the will of the Great Spirit, forgive him his deeds, and take him into their midst, and lead him down the mountain where he has stated that he lives. There they make him a gift of fruit, and say, "Brother, so that you do not commit any more sins against us in the future, and, most importantly, against the most holy will of the Great Spirit, we let you go free, that you may visit us whenever you wish, and never more go empty-handed to your domicile. We have learned from the will of the Great Spirit why this has to be done. But should you ever dare to sin again as you have done now, then you will suffer the punishment of the Great Spirit once you take the first wrong step." Then they shake his hands, bless him, and admonish him to offer prayers of gratitude to the Great Spirit and return home. These are the entire judicial procedures in such proceedings on the part of the people on Saturn. In the next chapter, we shall pursue similar political constitutions and proceedings. Chapter 36. The metal industry and other crafts or trades. True socialism of altruism in a trade and commerce. Furthermore, the manufacture of the necessary metal tools that are required to hew and trim the trees, for the manufacture of house utensils, to loosen the ground, and for cutting their food and other things, all belong to the lawful constitution of the people on Saturn. Where are these tools manufactured? There are some factories on this planet, especially in the foothills of mountains, in which a useful metal similar to your iron on Earth is turned into all kinds of different tools and utensils. Who owns these factories? So that every neighbouring family community has their rights to take these products in accordance to their needs from the factory. Every neighbouring family alternately sends workers to the factory to produce this metal under the direction of a factory elder. In the factory itself, the metal is not made into tools. Instead, it is only made malleable and hence prepared for further use, as the bar iron is produced and prepared for further use on Earth. Once a worker has worked in this factory for the required time of 100 days, and if, for instance, this factory has 100 workers, then the metal produced is divided into 100 parts. After the completion of the worker's term in the factory, every worker receives his rightful share, which is taken to his family dwelling as community property. The share a worker receives weighs anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 tons in earthly terms. What do the Saturnites do with this metal? If the family still has enough usable tools, then the metal is wrapped in foliage and the patriarch becomes the custodian of this metal. Should their tools require replacement because they are worn out and can no longer do a proper job, then they proceed under the direction of the patriarch to manufacture new tools. How is that accomplished? Do you think that this is done with a regular fire, as on Earth? The answer is no. It is accomplished in a very peculiar manner, and yet is a very simple procedure. The Saturnites make use of a pumpkin-like fruit, which has a regular arch like a concave lens at the bottom surface, the diameter of which is anywhere from 120 to 180 feet. The outer bark of this pumpkin fruit, especially the bottom part, is arched in, has a lustre and is smooth like the finest polished steel. With this concave part of the fruit, the Saturnites reflect the sun rays and direct the focal point onto the metal bars. It does not take more than a moment to make a large quantity of these metal bars white hot. Once that has been accomplished, whatever metal is required is cut off of these white hot bars and forged with a metal hammer into some tool of which they are in need. This is done on a very smooth anvil, which is as hard and as smooth as a diamond. When it takes a blacksmith on Earth half an hour to forge a sickle, in the same amount of time a Saturnite produces at least 10, even though a finished sickle weighs approximately 110 pounds, in accordance with earthly measurements. If you take this into consideration, you can imagine how skillful a blacksmith on Saturn is in his art. Here, another question has to be answered. Who is skilled in this kind of work? This is not very difficult to answer, because among the people on Saturn, it is part of their domestic constitution that every man be skilled in every required craft, so that no difference exists as far as their station in life is concerned, and one craftsman cannot say to another, "I am of greater necessity than you are, and my products are more important than yours." Instead, everybody can do what his brother can do. Therefore, one person can be of benefit to the other in everything that is required. And should one or the other be in succession to become the elder in the family, then he has the experience and the skills to lead and give the propel direction in all these matters. When it comes to the necessities of life, since all of them are experienced as far as crafts are concerned, there is, so to speak, no horse trading or profiteering, especially among the mountain dwellers. They also do not produce any surplus of products, so they cannot sell or trade it to their neighbours. All products they produce are in accordance with their own domestic requirements. However, regardless of that, should a neighbour be in need of something he does not have, because he does not have the same means as someone else, he is not asked, "What will you give me for what you require?" The only question he is asked, on an occasion like that, is about the will of the Great Spirit. If he possesses this testimony, which is the only thing that is valid on Saturn and is the only valid currency, he will then be immediately given what he requires for his task, and it will become his property, and nobody is allowed to think of any reimbursement. This happens as a result of a political law among them, which is as follows. Who is more than the Great Spirit? What did we give the Great Spirit for the use of this great world, which is abundantly furnished with countless goods? However, it is only proper that we thank the Great Spirit for any gift. If we would accept from our brother just one single thanks, how would we appear to the Great Spirit? If we demand from our brothers only what the Great Spirit is entitled to. Therefore, woe to the one who would allow it to be thanked by his brother for a gift, where actually he should thank the Great Spirit for giving him the honour to serve his brother. On account of this worthy reason, on Saturn a human being does not knowingly accept even the slightest thanks from his brother. Much less would he accept any other repayment. Therefore, all commerce between Saturnites is based on this premise. On Saturn there are no exchange offices, no custom and excise offices, no taxes on goods, no inspector of goods, and profiteering is unknown on Saturn. A tool which is in constant use on Earth is a scale. This tool is completely foreign to the Saturnites. The only kind of scale they know is the sole will of the Great Spirit and the needs of their brothers. A second tool, which on Earth is called an L, note 1, a measuring tool, is also foreign to the inhabitants of Saturn. Nothing is measured by the L as it is on Earth. The most infallible measure for the inhabitants of Saturn is the word of their brother, in accordance with the will of the Great Spirit. With that, they measure what a neighbourly brother asks of them. Commerce based on these principles would be a much better solution for all the inhabitants on earth than all the stock and money markets, banks, exchange offices, stores, bars and saloons. A somewhat better intellectual power would tell you, what did we give God for all the products on earth? And how much did we pay Him for the earth? Since we rule on earth as if we were the immediate owners. As aforementioned, if you had just a little more intelligence, you would have to ask yourself the above questions out of necessity. All your actions will clearly tell you how unjust you are from my point of view on my property. I alone created and established equally for everybody to appropriate these products from my loving hands. And you jealously, greedily, and violently process them for certain purposes, and then sell them to your brother for an exorbitant price, when he is in need, or when he has a yearning for them. But let us leave this crying shame on earth, and turn again to Saturn, where human beings are still in possession of those treasures which are not attacked by rust and consumed by moths. And let us examine several more pages of their otherwise very small political law book, which is written in their hearts. Chapter 37. The manufacture of woven material. No unnatural utilization of natural products. The clothing order. We have just perceived these human beings as blacksmiths and learned how they sell their tools or products to a brother when the need arises. Now we shall learn about the cloth makers. When we were given the description of the plant and animal kingdoms, we learned that there are plants on Saturn that grow a kind of very long hair from the blossoms and also from the leaves, and that many animals are extraordinarily rich in wool, and some of them have a remarkable abundance of long manes of hair. Therefore, it should make sense to you that the Saturnites make use of all these things. How are these materials used? There is not much difference between you, the inhabitants of Earth, and the inhabitants of Saturn. These materials are spun into threads, which are of course somewhat stronger than some of the ropes on Earth. Nevertheless, they are fine enough in proportion for wearable fabrics to be woven from the yarn for these huge human beings. Who spins and weaves this yarn? This work is done only by the women, though not in the same manner as you weave your fabrics on weaving looms, but similar to your women when they knit stockings with knitting needles. That is how complete articles of clothing or garments are knitted on Saturn. Namely, with the help of two long sticks, always made from wood. The Saturnian women have such great dexterity that in one day a woman can produce a fabric of more than 250 feet long and 12.5 to 15 feet wide, in accordance with your earth measurements. Are these fabrics or materials dyed? On Saturn, nobody dyes these materials. Here, another domestic law applies, which, because of so much vanity in the depths, is as follows. A human being is an offender if he wants to make something better, more beautiful, and more perfect than the Great Spirit created it. Woe to those who want to make something red, which the Great Spirit has given us in white. Woe to those who want to straighten out something which the Great Spirit has given us curved. Woe to those who want to make food more tasteful than the Great Spirit prepared it. Whosoever acts contrary to the will of the Great Spirit in this matter will be looked upon by him with resentment, and he will send one evil after another onto the physical body of that person in the same manner that he does it in the depths, where the human beings pay no attention as to how the Great Spirit has everything extremely well and wisely arranged. Therefore, it is not necessary for a person to make changes. Instead, he should gracefully accept how the mild hand of the Great Spirit gives it to him. Our only reason for being here is to use what the Great Spirit gives us, not to improve or beautify his gift so that we may use it. There is one exception to this rule, and that is the metal which the Great Spirit placed raw or crude into the ground. That is why we must bake it first, before we can use it for our benefit. The reason we are allowed to do so is because the Great Spirit himself taught us how to do that. In accordance with his will, we can also soften some fruits on the fire for easier digestion, and we can hew tree branches for storage buildings, because all these things were taught to us by the Great Spirit. But that we should give something another colour or another polish, that he never taught us. It is therefore a great offence for the one who changes white into red, green into black, and blue into yellow, or who dyes or colours something in the reverse order. Among each other, we are one kind of brother and sister in the Great Spirit. In this respect, there exists no difference. All of us were created by him. Why then should we differ from each other in the colour of our garments? Why should the loincloth with the belt that we wear, which reaches down to the knees, be any other colour but blue? Because the wool that is used is blue by nature. The garment we wear on our upper body is red, like the mane of the animal from which it is made. Our hats have the colour of straw from which they are made, and our legs are covered with a garment that is green like the wool of the trees and plants from which it is made. The women should also remain unchanged as far as their flowing blue shirts are concerned, and should always use as their outer garments the beautiful leaves of the dwelling tree, gliuba. And they can use many other things to adorn themselves with, such as what the Great Spirit grows for them on trees, shrubs, and animals. The women in the mountains distance themselves from the excessive love of splendour and luxury more than the women who live at the banks of the great rivers and shores of the lakes, who find great pleasure in adorning their effeminate and tender bodies with all kinds of finery. It is our duty on the holy mountains to be steadfast in everything and to be faithful to the will of the Great Spirit. The manufacture of fabrics and the clothes themselves is one of the longest and most extensive house rules, as is the manner in which these clothes are to be worn. The mountain dwellers are very generous with these fabrics, as they are with everything else. Should an almost naked person come into the vicinity of these mountain dwellers, his nakedness alone serves as indisputable evidence of the Great Spirit that anyone who has available clothing must clothe that naked person. Whoever refuses to do so is committing an offence like no other, and the punishment is banishment for up to 3 years, so that the person will learn during this isolation how painful it can be to wander about naked. You might think, how can a person tear his clothes in 1, 2, or 3 years to point of nakedness? Remember that 1 year on Saturn is almost 30 years on Earth. If you consider this fact together with the idea of banishment for up to 3 years, it should become clear to you that in that length of time a garment will no longer look good or be in one piece when it is worn day and night. Chapter 38. The stature of a man and a woman. Procreation, pregnancy, and birth. The constitution of the children. We shall discuss in the chapters that follow other very noteworthy house rules. However, for now, we shall familiarize ourselves with the stature of the Saturnites, the male as well as the female. What does a woman on Saturn look like? By now you know that all things on Saturn are more exalted, more magnificent, and more beautiful than on Earth. And that applies very much to the human beings who inhabit Saturn. The women on Saturn have perfect figures and are beautiful far beyond your earthly concepts. Even though she would be considered a giant on Earth as far as size is concerned, her beauty would compel you to admire her. Her body has the most wonderful curves throughout. Not one part of it is disproportionate. Her whole being is softness. Nowhere will you find any hardness. In the sun, her skin is as white as snow. only in those areas where the skin is most delicate does it appear as a pale red. Despite the size of the Saturnian women, their skin is lighter, much finer, and more delicate than the skin of the most delicate ladies on earth. Their fingernails and toenails are different from those of earthly women. The colour of the nails is as if someone were to gently cover polished gold with a crimson colour. However, where the nail grows past the fingers and toes, the nails assume the colours of the rainbow. Therefore, the women on Saturn are adorned by nature more beautifully than the women on earth would be even while wearing the most beautiful gold rings. The bosom of a woman on Saturn is elastic and developed to perfection, and the colour of the skin has a reddish tinge. At the same time, it is so truly ethereally delicate that even the bosom of the most delicate ladies on earth would be like a hard pebble by comparison. The neck is neither too long nor too short, but rises above the shoulders in the most beautiful and harmonious proportion to the body. The neck is adorned with a truly heavenly, beautiful head. Any exception to this is a rarity. The forehead is of medium height and dazzling white. The nose is straight, sublimely soft and gentle in all its parts. The eyes are most exceptionally large. The pupil is pitch black, the iris completely azure blue, and the remainder of the eyeball extremely white. The eyebrows of every woman are thick and of a dark gold blonde colour. The hair of the head is extremely soft, and in most instances reaches the knees, and is of the same colour as the eyebrows. The mouth is proportionately small. The lips are crimson red. Behind these beautiful lips, the upper and lower jaws are adorned with the most beautiful pearly teeth. The chin protrudes a little and is slightly reddened, just like the cheeks. The ears are small rather than large in relationship to the head, and are also slightly reddish in colour. This completes the description of the stature of a woman on Saturn. Do not assume now that in a physiognomical respect one woman resembles the other. On Saturn, the same rules applies as on Earth. You will not among 10,000 faces find two that look alike. Now, if you can imagine the figure described wearing the clothes described in the previous chapter, you should have an idea what such a woman looks like. This completes the description of the Saturnian woman. We shall now turn to the Saturnian man. What does a Saturnian man look like? As you already know, a man on Saturn is considerably taller than a woman. That is something that does not occur too often on Earth. On the average, a man on Saturn is usually 15 to 20 feet taller than a woman. Initially, you will probably find such a ratio a little peculiar. When you take into account that on Saturn a woman, when compared to a man, is proportionately the same as a 10 to 12-year-old girl compared to a fully grown man. But when you find out that the act of procreation between two Saturnites is quite different from procreation on Earth, then you will agree that the variance in proportions is quite proper. Since we have touched on procreation, we will say a few words about it before we continue with the shape of the Saturnian man. How do Saturnites procreate? Through the sole love and firm will, exactly as it could have occurred on earth, if only man had not fallen away from me before I could bless him. When a man on Saturn wishes to procreate, he presents himself with his wedded wife to the eldest. A man on Saturn never has more than one wife. The eldest blesses him in the name of the Great Spirit, upon which the man and his wife fall to the ground and fervently ask the Great Spirit for the awakening of a living fruit. When they have completed their supplication, the man takes his wife into his arms, presses her against his heart, and gives her one kiss on the forehead, one kiss on the mouth, and one kiss on the bosom, whereupon he places his right hand on her body and fixates her with his will. This is the complete procedure of procreation, during which the man and woman both perceive a truly heavenly, pure love which inspires them and makes them overly cheerful for the longest time. Once the procreation has occurred, both spouses fall to the ground again and thank the Great Spirit for it, and at the same time they ask him to bless the fruit so that it may prosper. Upon which they present themselves to the eldest again, who will bless the wife, and after that her husband blesses her. On Saturn, a pregnancy has a duration of only 3 months, and the woman has no external signs other than a more lively coloration of her bosom. The birth is without pain. At birth, the children are very small, about the size of a 5-year-old child on earth. However, they grow very quickly, and in 3 earth years are anywhere from 72 to 90 feet tall. In the first years, the children are so light that they float in the air like a feather fluff. They become specifically heavier when they are weaned from the mother's breast and begin to eat stronger and firmer food. That is also the reason why, on Saturn, you never hear that a child has sustained any injuries by falling from some heights. By taking everything which has been said into consideration, it is easy to understand why a woman is smaller and weaker than a man by almost 1/3. A man on Saturn is a complete image of myself. His height gives him the certificate that he is the lord of nature on this planet. His stature signifies that the proper form of a man is one which resembles the hardness of a rock, without any of the softness of a woman's bosom. He should be, in every aspect, the image of the one who created him, containing within himself all the perfection of energy, might, strength, firmness, will, and the magnificence and beauty of all forms. Therefore, if you would like to imagine the form of a man on Saturn, then you have to imagine a perfect youth on earth, one upon whom the muscles still show some kind of continuity and not much separation. Transfer this perfect male human form to a Saturnian man, of course on a much larger scale, and you have his stature clearly before you. However, a man on Saturn has considerably finer skin than a man on Earth. The chin of a Saturnian man is covered by a proportionately large beard and curly, mostly light blonde hair on the head, flowing down to the waist. It should be mentioned that the beard, and especially the eyebrows, are always a little darker than the hair of the head. All parts of his body are in a most beautiful proportion. Some parts, such as the cheeks, chest, and arms, are a little more reddish than those of the woman. Secretly you might wonder, do the Saturnites have no genitals similar to the ones people have on Earth? Yes, they do, but in proportion they are not as large and peculiar, because on Saturn they only serve one purpose. Imagine such a Saturnian man in all his magnitude and true human nobility. You must grant him the credence that his form represents all the nobility, all the dignity, and all the magnificence, which is the primary source of all things. Even though the woman is also very lovely on account of her curves and softness, only the man is truly beautiful and remains eternally beautiful and completely perfect in everything. All the inhabitants on Saturn are fully aware of this, and that is why they thank the Great Spirit at all times for the noble form which resembles the perfect form of the Great Spirit, which the people on Earth would never think to do. Chapter 39. The cognizance of God by the Saturnites. More respect than love. Knowledge of God's incarnation on earth. How do the Saturnites know that their form is the image of the Great Spirit? They know because the Great Spirit himself has revealed himself to them many times. And there is rarely a family elder who has not seen the Great Spirit at least once. Therefore, they know God as a perfect human being. Therefore, the highest of all principles of the teachings of the Great Spirit is as follows. God, who is the Great Spirit, is the most perfect human being of all. He has hands and feet like we have. He has a body like we have, and his head resembles ours. But he does not labor with his hands, and he does not walk with his feet. Instead, all his infinite might lies in his will. And with the incomprehensible energy of his wisdom, he creates and guides all things. And since the Saturnites have the proper concept of me, that is why they recognize themselves much more easily and much sooner. And they are fully aware in their spirit that they are not fleeting images, but eternally remaining images in the spirit of the One after whom they were formed and created. Do the inhabitants of Saturn love the Great Spirit? Yes, they do. But their love consists mostly of immense respect or awe, rather than an endeavour to get closer and closer to the Great Spirit, so as eventually to become completely one with Him. They also know very well, and are informed about it by the spirits, that the Great Spirit, on a small celestial body close to the Sun, became a human being with flesh and blood, and that the human beings on that celestial body failed to realize who He was, and that He was physically killed by them. All of this they know very well. However, they have great difficulties in understanding how it was possible that these human beings failed to recognize Him. And they question the spirits that come to them as to what the people on this celestial body are doing now, and if they still have not recognized the Great Spirit. When they receive mostly a no to these questions, they become quite sad and pray often and ardently in their temples that the people of such a highly blessed celestial body may recognize, just for once, the One who bestowed upon them such a blessing. Whereas when the Saturnites just think in the slightest about His greatness, they begin to tremble throughout. After holding their breath for a considerable length of time, they say with very strong words, "Oh, if we would have been honoured with this blessing, if the Great Spirit would have clothed Himself on our planet with our flesh and blood, truly we would shine more than 1,000 stars on top of each other." That is how the Saturnites express themselves when they hear something about the earth. They have a great yearning to see the earth. This cannot be achieved in physical form, but there is hardly a spirit of the Saturnites who does not visit the earth as soon as he has discarded his physical shell. But since such a spirit cannot see the material, he views the spiritual earth, and through the correspondences, he can see the material world from the spiritual world. Once he begins to recognize the human beings on earth, he becomes very sad and soon leaves this celestial body. In due course, when we discuss the religion of the Saturnites, we shall learn more. But for now, we shall return to some of the political constitutions. Chapter 40. Law against arrogance. The law of cleanliness. Aversion to everything dead. Funeral services. Marriage. What does this political constitution contain? Its content is as follows. Nobody is allowed to talk to any great extent about his physical beauty and size, or about any other aspect of himself. So that this important commandment is obeyed at all times, they already impress upon the children that they are very small, and all worldly greatness appears to the Great Spirit as a mere nothing. That is why there is not one patriarch or elder, and much less a family member, who thinks anything great about himself. They make the following comment regarding the beauty of the body. All of us are equally beautiful as the image of the Great Spirit. Anyone who would say and believe that he is beautiful by himself, and therefore have an advantage over all the others, would no longer resemble the eternal primary image, and that would make him uglier than the ugliest animal on the celestial body. The spirits of the departed assist in maintaining this law. Should someone be beset by vanity, he will soon be confronted by some horrible, distorted, smirking face. Whoever has been punished once in this manner will soon discard all his vanity. The Saturnites know that the spirits do not jest, because it does not matter in what manner they express themselves, they are always serious. This is a political law which is observed by the important and the less important, by old and young. As far as this greatness is concerned, it remains for always in the spirit, namely, that you consider yourself as small or as the least important person. That is why the spirits on Saturn do not have a good relationship with the spirits on earth, because nothing is more predominant than their putative greatness. The next law is a domestic law, which is based upon the recommendation and maintenance of cleanliness. That is why you will rarely find anyone on Saturn who is not clean, whether as regards body or clothing. Regardless of the law mentioned above, their main teachings are not to attach too much value to the physical body, because it is mortal. However, the opposite applies to the spirit, because he is immortal. That is why the Saturnites have an aversion for everything dead, and, as you know, they will not live in dead houses, but only in live ones. Much less will they tolerate anything dead in a temple which is blessed by God. Everything must be kept clean, especially the body, since it is the dwelling place of the immortal spirit, and that is another house rule. What happens on Saturn with the bodies of departed human beings? They are not buried as on earth, nor are they cremated, as is the custom in some earthly countries. The bodies are taken to a place where there is a pyramid tree forest. While there, the dead are placed face down on the ground and covered with the branches of the pyramid tree. The bodies of dead females are hung from a branch close to the trunk of the tree by tying their feet together with the head almost touching the ground. You probably might think that a bad odour would pervade the air for quite a distance when such large bodies begin to putrefy. But on this planet this is not at all the case. Instead, it is the opposite. Since the bodies of the Saturnites are more ethereal and lighter than your physical, coarse, serpent bodies, they evaporate in a very short time after the person has departed. And this evaporation produces a very pleasant fragrance in that region. When this fragrance enters the nostrils of a Saturnite, he falls to the ground full of gratitude towards the Great Spirit and implores him to permit the spirit of the one whose fragrance has touched his nostrils to come to him, so that together they can give praise to the Great Spirit for the deliverance from the prison of the flesh. This happens all the time, especially when the petitioner is serious. Do the Saturnites mourn when someone experiences physical death? The answer is no. For example, when an elder has died, the next oldest in the order becomes his successor and asks all family members to fall to the ground and thank the Great Spirit for bestowing upon the patriarch such great blessings that he has called him into the eternal life. After that, they have to beseech the Great Spirit that he may graciously permit the spirit of the departed to appear soon to the new elder, to lead him into the inner sanctum of the temple, to bless him there for the sublime office of the Great Spirit. This always happens visibly for the entire family to see. The spirit of the departed elder appears in his glory and asks the new elder in perceptible words to follow him into the inner sanctum of the temple, and for the family to follow him into the general area of the temple. While there, the Spirit places the new elder onto the pulpit in the presence of the family, blesses him, and points out that the Great Spirit is pleased that the new elder has taken over the holy office, and therefore the family should obey him in all matters and observe his words, whatever they might be. He then asks the men to remove his dead body in the usual manner. He blesses the entire family and promises that the newly installed patriarch will be the head of the family as long as it pleases the Great Spirit, and he will remain the teacher and leader of the entire family in accordance with the will of the Great Spirit. Following that, the spirit vanishes. The new elder and the entire family fall to the ground and thank the Great Spirit for everything that has occurred. Once the prayer of thanksgiving is complete, they all arise, immediately remove the body of the departed elder, and take him to a previously designated place, and then go home in silence. When a woman dies, they also ask for the appearance of her spirit. After her appearance, they pray a thanksgiving prayer at home. Then the body of the departed is taken to a previously designated place. The body of a woman evaporates considerably faster than that of a man. Under favourable circumstances, it evaporates so quickly that on the 10th day nothing remains, not even the bones. The quick decomposition is accelerated naturally by the great needle tree, epub, which robs the corpse located beneath it of all its electricity with its millions of tips. As soon as the electricity has completely escaped from any natural body, the body vanishes as if consumed by a fire. The observance of these rules is another one of those important house rules which are to be followed exactly and strictly at all times. Is there another house law which is important and noteworthy? Yes. It is the law of the conjugal union of man and wife. Through this law, every man is strictly bound, when he has reached the proper age for marriage, anywhere from 30 to 40, to take a wife of his choosing and satisfaction. However, he himself cannot make it known to the one he has chosen for his wife. This can only be done through the elder. The elder calls upon the parents of the intended bride and lets them know the wish and the will of the suitor. Such a declaration is accepted with the greatest of gratitude and is considered to be the will of the Great Spirit. And such a suitor is never turned down, as is often the case on earth. Then the elder takes the bridegroom to the bride, takes her right hand and his right hand, and joins them. They have to keep their hands joined and follow the elder into the temple, but only up to the inner sanctum. There they lean with their faces on the cone-shaped altar, while the elder in the inner sanctum calls in prayer for the Spirit of Light. On this occasion, as soon as the Spirit of Light with his veiled countenance appears, the elder asks the bridegroom and bride to rise. The elder then informs them of their conjugal duties, which consist of all the house rules which we have already learned, as well as some others which we have yet to learn about. Once he has done that, the elder comes down from the pulpit and makes a gesture, as if he wants to separate the hands of the bride and bridegroom. But this is an old, well-known rule, which is only symbolic, and means that while they are in this world, they should never separate, no matter what happens. After this ceremony, the elder steps aside. The Spirit of Light unveils his countenance, blesses the couple, approaches them, and separates their hands. The significance of this is that the only valid reason for their separation is death, or the separation of the spirit from the body. Whereupon the spirit vanishes, and the couple are man and wife. Now they offer a prayer of thanks to the Great Spirit. They beseech him to bless the married couple with descendants that are pleasing to him, and to guide them in accordance with his most holy will. Once they complete this prayer, the elder and the married couple rise and walk home with the greatest veneration, where usually a meal for the glory of the Great Spirit, with the entire family present, awaits them. The next day, the newly married couple is given a choice, to either remain with their present family community, or to move elsewhere and build their dwelling. Should they agree to remain, a branch is prepared as their dwelling, and also a new house, a new kitchen, and a storage building is built for them. Should they decide, however, to leave their family because of limited space, they are provided with all kinds of supplies, and they can take their parents and other close relatives with them. It has already been explained what happens when they find an unoccupied dwelling. That is also a family house rule. We will, however, discuss a few more house rules, and then we shall discuss their spiritual religious constitution. Chapter 41. The inhabitants of the lowlands visit the mountains. Their reception by the mountain dwellers. Half heathens and their conversion. Courting in the lowlands. It happens occasionally that families from the valleys and plains, because of corporeal health, travel to the mountains. If this is the case, the mountain dwellers have a rule whereby they receive these seekers of health warmly and provide or obtain for them whatever they deem necessary for their health. Should these seekers of health decide to dwell in the mountains permanently, then the elder of the mountain family appoints a leader from that family to help the people of the lowlands who wish to settle. Should the people from the lowlands want to retain this person as their leader in future, he is obligated to honour their wish. Should this leader be married, he leaves the new settlers only for as long as he needs to get his wife and children from his home, and to receive on this occasion from his elder the blessing for his new office. Once he has put everything in order, he sets out with his wife and child, and with whatever other supplies he requires, to the newly settled family. Once there, he begins to instruct this family in all laws and customs of the mountain dwellers, and encourages them to build a temple, and also in accordance with numbers and needs, to build a storage building and the living residential homes, because these are also laws which the mountain dwellers have to obey. It also happens that these valley and plain dwellers travel to the mountains strictly for the beautiful view. When the travellers meet a mountain family, they are stopped and questioned in a very polite manner regarding their intentions. Usually, they answer these questions in a very polite manner, since as a rule, their intention is to climb the summit of a high mountain because of the spectacular view. The elder of the mountain dwellers will inform them which of these summits do not present any danger to the climbers. Should any of the mountain peaks pose any danger, then these holiday makers are politely prevented from embarking on this endeavour, and informed in detail as to the dangers they may face if they do not change their plans. Usually the advice is taken and a change of plans is made, upon which the travellers return to their home. If, however, these mountain peaks are accessible without posing any danger to the climbers, then the mountain dwellers will provide a guide for these travellers. This guide is responsible for 3 things: First, he must lead this group to the summit on the best and safest trails. Second, he must supply them with food and drink, which is usually carried by the house servant Fur. And thirdly, he must explain everything to them and at the same draw their attention towards the Great Spirit in everything he does. The guide cannot ask anything in return for his efforts, except that, after they invigorate themselves on the grandeur of the Great Spirit, he can ask the group for their assurance to follow the Great Spirit at all times, and never to undertake anything without his expressive will. Once he has obtained this assurance, the guide reminds the group that they have to thank the Great Spirit for everything they have learned and experienced, and, at the same time, they should ask him to let them reach their homeland safely. Once this is done, they set out for home. The group is taken to the guide's home for food and drink. Once they have properly refreshed themselves, they are politely reminded to give thanks to the great and holy donor. They are also greeted and blessed by the elder and set out to return home to the lowlands. In some of the mountain crannies live the pointed-foot flesh doctors. The plains people are forewarned about these charlatans by the mountain dwellers. It is pointed out that these people are trespassing fugitives from the lowlands who have settled in the mountain crannies for sheer greed, by cheating inhabitants of the lowlands with all kinds of worthless and ineffective things. The mountain dwellers warn these gullible people from the lowlands in the following manner. The Great Spirit has set thousands of wholesome and healing herbs and fruits into the ground for the maintenance of our bodily health, so that they grow to strengthen us. He created clean water throughout the entire world and planted giant trees in the soil to attract all the toxic vapors and change them into a fragrant, pure air. And the Lord, who is exceedingly benevolent in all his infinite might, placed a magnificent sun in the firmament, whose rays awaken the most wholesome energy in the star lilies, which are so wholesome that their power reaches as far as the rays of the sun. And that is how the great Master has arranged the firmament with the light white ribbon. Note 1, another name for Saturn's rings, which illuminates the night for us so delightfully after the sun has set, that it is almost as pleasant as the day, and even during the night we are invigorated by the strong rays of this ribbon. Besides this ribbon, the great workmaster has placed 7 great lights, note 2, Saturn's moons, of which several alternately delight us at night, even at the time of the full shadow. The Great Spirit has been exceedingly benevolent and has graciously cared for us all. And we, the inhabitants of the mountains, have experienced this at all times. That this is so is because we have never been afflicted by an ailment. When someone dies, it is never of an ailment. They only die as a result of their completely matured spirit, which for eternity will never die again, but live forever. We are witnesses of this existence after death. We can prove that this is so at any time right before your eyes. It is therefore great folly to attempt to obtain a remedy to provide you with eternal life from a human being whose eyes are full of deceit, since he himself is far removed from the life of the eternal Spirit. However, the remedies with which the Great Spirit has blessed us so abundantly are considered to be inadequate according to these pointed-foot doctors, and not fit for use. Dear brothers from the lowlands, I will tell you that in the future you should no longer seek your well-being from these quacks. Instead, seek your well-being seriously in the will of the Great Spirit, for then you will remain healthy until your spirit has fully matured. When your spirit has fully matured, which means when it has completely become a Lord of life out of the will of the Great Spirit, you will never more taste death. You will be able to step out of your flesh and blood without pain and without restraint, with the clearest and fullest consciousness. And you will discard this heavy garment of flesh and bones with the greatest of gratitude towards the Great Spirit. After the lecture, these so-called long-life remedy seekers are released with blessings to return to their homeland with a much better life remedy. In some places on the plains and in the valleys, especially along the lakes and rivers, there are certain heathens who consider the white ring in the firmament to be a divinity. Others consider the ring to be the path upon which the Great Spirit walks to and fro, and from whence he looks down upon the planet to see what the people are doing. These half-heathens often climb the mountains in the belief that they are closer to the white ring, and perhaps might even reach the ring itself. The mountain dwellers feel a kind of duty of love to lead these travellers onto the right path, and to show them what the ring and the moons really are, and what their purpose is. They accomplish this feat through their firm will, by placing these lost human beings into a state of clairvoyance, in which these travellers are able to examine the ring and the moons from beginning to end. Once these heathens have experienced this, they realize how wrong they were, whereupon they are instructed in an affectionate but wise and serious manner in the true cognizance of the Great Spirit and His will. It is left to their discretion whether they wish to spend the rest of their lives in the mountains, or whether to return to the valleys and plains where they lived before. Should they decide to stay in the mountains, then they are provided with living quarters. However, should they prefer to live in the lowlands, they are blessed and provided with food and drink, and sent away in the name of the Great Spirit. But as long as these heathens from the lowlands do not give up their erring ways, there is no hope that the strong mountain dwellers will let them go. Should any of these heathens be of an obstinate or rebellious mindset, and take the initiative to escape or attempt to harm someone, their actions will be to no avail, because at first there will be threats, and then a punitive angel spirit who will be present, who, with the simplest of means, makes such an obstinate and rebellious person understand how little he will accomplish with his defiance. After such a lecture, the obstinate person usually mends his ways. Should he persist with his obstinacy, it happens that he is punished by the avenging angel, either with severe abdominal pains or, under extraordinary circumstances, even with corporeal annihilation. The effect of this punishment is that such a person will remain for quite a while a guard of the night and coldness. One of the most important house rules for the mountain dwellers is the following. Should the majority in a family be male rather than female, then the male majority is at liberty to look for a wife among any other neighbours. Should he not find a wife there, he can go to the lowlands. Should he not be able to find a wife there, he can travel even farther. It does happen that at times a bridegroom travels to 2, 3, or even 4 continents in search of a wife. Should he find a wife in these faraway places, as a rule there is no objection if there exists a female majority. The bridegroom is at liberty to remain there with his wife, and this is usually the case, or he can return with his wife to his homeland. But he is obligated to visit the house of her parents every 3 years, as long as the parents are alive. Once they are no longer alive, then the obligation has been fulfilled. Should the majority of the members of a family be female, then messengers are sent to inform the neighbouring families. On this occasion, one or several suitors may be considered. The elder calls upon the Spirit of Light to indicate to him the will of the Great Spirit regarding which of the suitors is the most worthy among them. This takes place immediately. The one who has been chosen to be the bridegroom then takes his bride home after the wedding ceremony, which was described in the previous chapter. Should there be more than one eligible woman in one family and only one suitor, then the elder calls upon the Spirit of Light to indicate the one most worthy for that man. Whereupon those two are married in the ceremony described, and the bridegroom takes his bride home. Should there be the same amount of eligible women as there are suitors, then every suitor has the right to choose. Once they have chosen, the suitors have to inform the elder of their choices. The elder then confers with the Spirit of Light as to whether these choices are just, with the approval of the Great Spirit. If this is confirmed, the marriage ceremony is carried out without any further ado. Should the Spirit of Light not sanction the choices, then it is asked by the elder to indicate the proper choices in the name of the Great Spirit. This is done immediately, and the couples agree with great gratitude in their hearts. Upon which the couples are immediately married, and the bridegroom can take his bride home. It is obvious that the details of the ceremony, which have been explained in the previous chapter, inclusive of all the customs, apply here as well. Besides these house rules, there are a few other unimportant household rules which will not be mentioned, because to know them would not serve any purpose. In the next chapter, we shall discuss the religion of the Saturnites. Chapter 42. The innermost spiritual religion of the Saturnites. The significance of the number 7. Sunday celebration. The baptism or blessing of a newborn child. The temple meal. The sermon of the elder, supported by spiritual visualization. The wisdom of the Saturnites. The religion of the Saturnites has very little external ceremonial pomp and circumstance. Instead, it is more internal and spiritual. The ceremonial part, as you know, consists of a well-ordered and living temple, in which prayers of thanksgiving and supplication are offered to the Great Spirit regarding all important matters. The holy number for the Saturnites is 7, and every number which is divisible by 7, such as 14, 21, and so on, are all holy numbers. That is why a period of 7 days, in other words, the 7th day, is celebrated as a holiday. The observance of this holiday forms the second ceremonial part. On this day, all religious ceremony pertaining to the holiday takes place. The first kind of ceremony is already known to you. The ceremony of the holiday consists therein that before sunrise, all members of the family go to the temple. All the men walk in front, while all the women follow behind. In the temple, the men stand on the right side, while the women stand on the left. When they have all gathered in the temple, the elder leads the congregation in prayer until the sun rises, offering praise to the Great Spirit and thanking Him for all the blessings they have received. These prayers are always prayed with the deepest emotion in their hearts. When the sun rises, everybody leaves the temple and enjoys the view of the coming day and the extremely beautiful panorama of this celestial body. When the sun is very high on the horizon, they return to the temple and thank the Great Spirit for the return of the day. And when a woman has given birth, the newborn child is brought to the edge of the inner sanctum. There the elder places his hands upon the child and speaks the following words over the newborn baby. You came into this world as a weak guest, bound in all your powers, in accordance with the will of the Great Spirit, who is holy beyond all holiness and has power over all might, who has control over all power, and who is exceedingly faithful and steadfast in each of his words and in all of his promises. Only He is the perfect and most highest Lord over all things which fill this earth and the entire infinite firmament. Therefore it is His will, as He is holy and holy beyond all holiness. That is how you should live on this earth until the end, completely in accordance with the will of the One through whom you entered into this world, and then as a man, or in the case of a girl as a faithful wife, leave this world in all the truthful dignity and magnificence of the most consummate virtue. That is why I bless you here in the inner sanctum in the name of the Great Spirit, who created and blessed you, your parents, and me. Grow up in this blessing and multiply these blessings within you by strictly following the most holy and highest of wills. This shall occur at all times, now and eternally. As small as you are now, remain always that small before the Great Spirit, before us, your fathers and brothers, and before your own self. And this has to be at all times in this life, and the life beyond. Amen. After these words have been spoken by the elder, he insufflates the child. Then the elder lets the parents bless their child and take it home. On such a holiday, the parents are not obligated to return to the temple. Instead, they can remain at home and care for their child that has now been blessed. But if they prefer, they can remain in the temple. Should there be no newly born child, then instead of the child's blessing, the people will immediately begin with their morning meal in the temple. The Saturnites take their morning food, as well as the midday and evening food, into the temple right away early in the morning. It does not require any further explanation that they give a prayer of thanks to the Great Spirit before and after their meals. After the morning meal, the elder ascends to the pulpit and addresses the moderately large family community, which in the mountains does not often exceed 100 people. It is different in the lowlands, where such a family often counts several thousands. What does the elder talk about in the temple? He is never short of subject matter. In this instance, as on all other occasions, a spirit stands by his side at all times and conveys to him what is to be said. Usually these kinds of lectures concern the wonderful guidance of the Great Spirit, how he placed the human race from the dawn of history on this celestial body, and how the Great Spirit has led them to the present times, in accordance with his wisest and holiest of all wills. On this occasion the elder often tells a story of times of yore. At times the elder explains the structure of their world, and sometimes the structure of the ring or the moons. At other times he might tell them about one of the different constellations, and he shows his listeners the guidance of the Great Spirit on those celestial bodies, and on these occasions he might occasionally mention Earth. But as soon as the elder mentions the earth, all listeners fall immediately on their countenances, not because they are in awe of this planet, but because they hear about the infinite love of the Great Spirit, and how the inhabitants of this earth address and call him Father, which for the Saturnites is something indescribably holy, so that they always fall into a shudder of humility, especially when the elder reminds them of the ingratitude of the inhabitants of this planet. On other occasions, he gives them information regarding the spiritual world and life in the heavens. After each of these lectures, especially when the subject matter has been the structure of their world, the ring, the moons, and other planetary constellations, the elder transposes his listeners, sometimes many and sometimes just a few, into an internal visualization, wherein they can view all of this as if they were physically present. That is why the Saturnites, especially those who live in the mountains, are exceedingly wise and are enriched with considerable knowledge. The greatest scholars on earth would soon realize how insignificant their knowledge is if they were to enter into a scientific discussion with the least knowledgeable human on Saturn. They not only know their own celestial body in the minutest detail, in as far as it is necessary and beneficial, but they also know other celestial bodies better than you on earth know the islands in your oceans. The Saturnites not only know the history of their own planet well, but they know the history of several other worlds. No language is foreign to them. That is why they understand the spirits, no matter from which celestial body they come. Since every spirit takes into the beyond, to a greater or lesser degree, the characteristics of the language of the world where he walked in the body. It is this understanding of languages that the spirits of your earth do not possess until they are completely born again in the spirit and are made suitable for heaven. It happens often that the spirits of earth meet with the spirits of Saturn after their physical death, especially when they have this longing. The spirits from Saturn understand the spirits from earth immediately. However, that is not the case the other way around, especially when they are immature spirits from earth. Also, the spirits from earth do not see the spirits from Saturn unless they want to be seen by them. The reason for this superiority lies within the great and true inner wisdom of the Saturnian spirits. Those are the fruits of the instructions and teachings of the preacher in the temple after the morning meal. Chapter 43. Profound spiritual observations of nature. Communication with angels and the Lord Himself. What happens after such a sermon? The people thank the Great Spirit for such enlightenment from their elder. The elder also thanks the Great Spirit and blesses all the listeners after they have offered the prayer of thanksgiving. Then they all leave the temple and go for hikes or walks together in the beautiful hills. They have conversations about the sermon they just heard, but they also discuss observations which they make about some object in nature that comes to their attention during these outings. All of them are inspired by a great friendliness and a mutual participation in everything that one or another may find, and the comments one or the other may have regarding the admirable praise for the Great Spirit. For example, one person will draw the attention of another to the structure of a flower, another to the movement of a cloud, a third to an animal or the flight of a bird, while yet another draws the attention of his neighbour to a bird that is singing, and another discovers the glimmer of a distant lake or river somewhere. There are countless objects to which the Saturnites pay attention on such occasions, and they look upon these objects as at one time the man after my heart did when he observed my works. At this point, I am telling you too. Whosoever observes my works with humble eyes and respects them will always find great enjoyment in them. But whoever examines my works with critical and erudite eyes is better off to remain in his idleness rather than to examine my works with his unconsecrated, profane eyes, like a gall-fly which pierces into an acorn to place its pernicious brood into it. This fruit, when it comes to its bad maturity, cannot be used for anything other than the preparation of a black juice. This juice can be used for the blackening of a white or light surface, but it can no longer be used for cleansing what has become dirty or black. But let us return now to our promenading people. How long does such a stroll take? Until midday. They all gather again in the outer courts of the temple. There they offer thanks to the Great Spirit and have their midday meal in the outer courts. Once the meal is over, they again offer thanks to the Great Spirit, and some remain there, while others stroll on the beautiful walkways around the temple and enjoy the multifarious splendour of the magnificent flowers which are planted in the beautiful flower beds in the outer courtyards and along the walkways of the temple. The women caress their husbands and children and tell them with their lovely voices what they have perceived and gained from the sermon of the elder, as well as what they have learned during their stroll of what is good and true, beautiful and noble. On such occasions, spirits and angels sometimes join them and discuss any matter concerning the Lord with anyone. Sometimes the Lord himself appears to them on such occasions in the form of an angel. As long as the Lord is among them and converses with one or another person, not even the elder is aware that it is the Lord himself. But when he is about to leave such a gathering, he discloses his identity just before he escapes their visibility. But then he leaves immediately because the Saturnites could not bear it if the Lord were to remain any longer with the knowledge that he is the Lord, since their respect for him is so tremendous that not one of them would dare to speak his name while standing upright. Through which the commandment, which is not given to the Saturnites literally, "You shall not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain," is obeyed in the most accurate, exact, and most holy manner. How long do these discussions in the outer court last? Until sunset. After that, they all go again into the temple and glorify the Great Spirit, and also sing praises to him. The elder ascends to the pulpit again and points out the great blessings of the day, blesses them, and concludes the ceremony of the holiday or feast day. After that, they all go home in a thankful and merry mood. Should something be left over from the midday meal, they distribute it among themselves and eat it thankfully. If nothing is left over, then they have their evening meal at home. They offer thanks to the Lord in a general way, and the holiday is over, and with it all ceremony, which in actuality consists of nothing but what has just been described. This also concludes our day. The next chapter deals with the spiritual aspect of the religion. Chapter 44. The spiritual aspect of the Saturnian religion. Spiritual rebirth through teachings and practice. Since we have learned about the ceremonial part of the religion of the Saturnites, we shall now turn, as aforementioned, to its spiritual part. Since we have sufficiently observed the ceremonial part, by now it must have crossed your mind that the ceremony where the angel spirits of the heavens, and quite often God himself, visibly appear and have discussions with the Saturnites, is, anyhow, as spiritual as it can possibly be. Where could there possibly be something more spiritual? I say, let it be. The following will teach you how, in something spiritual, there is even more spiritually contained. So that you understand this to some degree, I will show you an example of how this is possible in accordance with nature. For example, take a pitcher of very good wine. Who of you will not understand soon, and also feel from the effects, that this wine contains something which is even more of a primary spiritual substance than the wine itself? However, just ask the next best pharmacist, and he will tell you that from this wine you can distill the finest spirit, ether, of wine. And this spirit can be rectified several times, so that the spirit becomes so volatile that, if one drop is poured from its receptacle, it will completely evaporate after it has fallen no more than 3 feet before it reaches the ground. Do you now realize how much more spirituality is contained in the wine, which is already exceedingly spiritual? If this makes itself known in visible nature, by how much more will it reveal itself in all that, when it is completely characteristic of the Spirit itself? For example, this applies also to light. As you know, the earth is illuminated from the rays of the sun. Do you see in these rays the enlivening energy and the countless forms? No, you do not. You do not even sense the simple effective energy or power of the ray. And many people do not know any differently as they experience it every day. Namely, that this ray is not capable of any greater heat effect than the one it expresses daily. But what would the observer say if these rays were concentrated or condensed into one focal point by a large magnifying glass, and then expressed such energy that it could suddenly dissolve even the hardest diamond? A layman would be surprised to witness the higher effects of these light rays, and he would probably say, "Who would have believed that in those gentle sun rays that warm us every day lies hidden such an incomprehensibly fierce power?" This applies as well to the ceremonial religious worship of the Saturnites. Even though the religious part appears to be completely spiritual, there is still in the religion of the Saturnites an extraordinarily strong ether, which has, in the unification of its delightful light rays, a strong inner effect which is very difficult to understand for you people on earth. Therefore, we can pose the question and say, of what does this actual spiritual contained within the spiritual consist? The actual spiritual contained within the spiritual, which is already known to you, lies within the living inner cognizance of the Great Spirit, as well as all the levels and orderly relations and conditions which closely and affectionately connect the free human being with the heavens and the Great Spirit himself, and vice versa. How do these human beings recognize the Great Spirit? First, they are given external instructions through words of the teacher about the nature of God. Then they are guided to the cognizance of the will of the Great Spirit, and then to the practice of the recognized will. These instructions are still the external religious worship, which is the path to the inner spiritual true life. It is actually already spiritual wine and the non-concentrated light of the sun. The active practice of the recognized will of the Great Spirit therefore resembles the distillation and rectification of a pharmacist, and furthermore resembles the concentration of the sun rays by means of a large magnifying glass. Or in other words, it is the actual independent active liberation of the actual prime spiritual being from its surrounding matter. Are you now beginning to comprehend what the actual spiritual religious worship of the Saturnites consists of? I will give you an answer in a few words, which will immediately open the door to the light. And these few words are: the rebirth of the Spirit. This rebirth must occur in the Saturnites, as well as it must in you. Without it, an inhabitant of Saturn will understand as little of the Spirit and all the conditions and relations between him, the heavens, and the Great Spirit, as you do on earth. It is absolutely unsatisfactory for the rebirth of the Spirit that someone merely has the ability to see spirits, as is quite often the case on earth, where many such people see these frightening and horrible apparitions of which they neither know nor comprehend any more than a blind person knows the colours of the rainbow. Clairvoyance is not as much a part of a complete or true rebirth as the determination of every action. That means that it is structured in such a way as it was established from the very beginning or prime origin in all its divine order and wisdom. How and when will this take place? This can only take place when the Spirit, through the strictest compliance of the prescribed path of God, rectifies himself from matter and finds himself again in a focal point and finally as a complete whole existing being within himself. Having stepped out of all sensuousness of matter as a complete unity in order to open up the new spiritual senses determinately and completely to the impressions and conditions of that world of which he himself is the actual, original inhabitant. Once a human being has attained this level, another activity begins to become effective in his whole being. Everything will begin to change his sight, his hearing, his feeling, his sentience. All his thoughts turn into forms which he will see. His will becomes an accomplished deed. His words become definite and unite with the thought and the will. Space is no longer a factor, and time has shown him the last minute, because in a free spiritual existence you hear, see, feel, perceive, think, will, act, and speak beyond time and space. That means, for such a person, only one present exists, in which an eternal past and an eternal future greet each other in a friendly manner, and something which is infinitely far away is no farther from his eyes than his own thoughts. Every person on Saturn strives with all his might for this spiritual state of development. But he will not attain this state until he has completely fulfilled within himself all the conditions of life. The control of one's own nature is not sufficient for complete fulfillment, but all the conditions of life that are known to him must become completely part of his personal proficiency. When he has become a perfect master in all these conditions, he becomes free within himself, and all his vital energy is born united out of all his sensual nature. When such a birth has taken place, then you already know what has happened to such a person. It is known as the rebirth of the spirit. Therefore, the faithfully continued practice of all conditions of life is what concerns the spiritual part of the religion of the Saturnites. Chapter 45. more details regarding the path of rebirth and becoming one with God. Do you now have an idea of what the spiritual religious worship of the Saturnites consists, and how it differentiates from the ceremonial worship? Behind the spiritual ceremony lies well hidden the service of the Spirit, which is constant, while the ceremony itself is successive in certain intervals of time. Since this part of the religious worship of the people of Saturn is of the greatest importance for the people on earth, I will give you another descriptive example through which you will be able to clearly differentiate these two kinds of religions. Take, for instance, a student who wishes to embark on a career in the arts. Let us assume that he wishes to reach the proficiency of a virtuoso in the art of music. If he would come to you, what would you say to him, and what would be the first step? You would examine his abilities and refer him to a reputable and orderly school and instruct him as to the conditions, or give them to him in writing and tell him, if you completely fulfill these conditions, you will without a doubt become a virtuoso. However, if you do not fulfill these conditions, you will be a strummer, but never a true virtuoso. What will this student who is serious about his virtuosity now do? He will immediately make use of all his external diligence in connection with his inner volition and practice day after day, 5, 6, or 7 hours, as it is required of him. He will also complete the school from A to Z, and he will not practice anything other than those exercises which are necessary for the attainment of his purpose. When the student has practiced and developed in this manner for many years, he will be given by his teachers the encouraging certification that he has attained the level of an accomplished artist, since he now masters the instrument of his choice mechanically and spiritually at any degree of proficiency. Now we have what we need. What was the prescribed practice or exercise for the attainment of the technical proficiency? It was nothing more than the well-ordered ceremonial part of his art cult or art worship. Did he practice day and night without interruption? Oh no! He only practiced the prescribed time necessary for the exercise. How was the state of his endeavour and his will during the exercise? Was his will arranged periodically? Definitely not. The will was without intermission, similar to a good mainspring of a watch, present in his spiritual and natural organism. This drive is the spiritual art cult of our music student, through which he actually becomes completely whatever he has set his sights upon. Once he has become an accomplished artist, what kind of a life will he live? Certainly, he will not live the life of a student. Instead, he will live the life of a free master or maestro. Will he become, on account of that, an enemy of his former life as a student? Certainly not. He will continue as a great maestro to do what he did when he was a student. Only now he will do it with truly great pleasure. He will diligently practice his scales and repeat all the other exercises that he practiced when he was a student, but with a great difference. What he did with great effort, ungracefully and with a great expenditure of energy as a student, he does now with the greatest of ease, without constraint, with confidence and full of inner spiritual significance. As a student, he played the scales, but he did not know the significance of what he played. Now, as a master, he sees in the same scales countless new forms of which he had not the faintest idea before. That is how he, as a reborn master, practices the ceremonial art cult. But this cult is an entirely different kind of hearing, sight, feeling, perception, thinking, and volition. And this is the spiritual rectificatissimus. And it is the all-material ponderous and sensual dissolving combustion power of the rays of his spirit, and therefore by itself a purely spiritual cult. If you transfer this to the actual life of a human being, whether of the Earth, Saturn, Jupiter, or the Sun, everywhere and at all times there exists this twofold divine service, which conducts itself as a path and as the goal or purpose for the path. Whosoever continues to persevere on the path will reach his destination. Once he has reached his destination, the path he has taken will never vanish from his memory, neither from his remembrance forevermore. Not until he has reached his goal will he have a clear and complete view in his spirit over all the turns and relationships of the path he took. You know, the main goal the Saturnites are trying to obtain on their path is nothing but the Great Spirit himself. They wish to become completely one with his will. Once they have reached this goal through diligent practice, then the spiritual religious cult is complete. From this point on, the actual impulse to reach the Great Spirit's will ceases. In its place steps the great, unshakable longing to remain faithful forevermore. And this exceedingly definite and firm wish is continuously the most inner divine service of the most complete spiritual kind of every reborn inhabitant of Saturn. This state can be reached on Saturn by everyone, regardless of gender, or age. This concludes the spiritual part of the religion of the Saturnites. Since we have experienced in this manner everything that is of necessity and noteworthy in the mountains, we will shortly take a look at the lowlands, and then take an excursion to the polar regions of this planet, as well as the ring and the 7 moons. That will be all for today. Chapter 46. The inhabitants of the lowlands, their construction and housing, and their more worldly way of thinking. Concerning the depths, or rather the lowlands, of this planet, on different occasions we have learned many things about the lifestyle of those who inhabit the lowlands on Saturn. But a few things remain to be said. Nowhere on this planet will you find a city. However, there are regions such as the smaller lakes and the rivers, where families live closer together than they do in the mountains, especially in the southern parts of some of the continental countries. But in these regions there are not as many family members living together in one dwelling as in the mountains. Here a family usually consists of the parents and their children. As far as the grandparents and great-grandparents are concerned, they usually live by themselves, but they also have some servants. These people rarely live in the well-known dwelling tree Gliuba. Their living quarters usually consist of a kind of tent-like structure built from trees, one tree placed over another in the following manner. The trees are positioned pyramid-like in a circular fashion, beginning with the ground to the apex, while lath or narrow strips of wood are nailed in circles around this dwelling. These laths are covered with all kinds of foliage, on the outside as well as on the inside. Towards the morning, east, is a spacious exit, and that is their residence. As far as this type of dwelling is concerned, it cannot accommodate as many people as a dwelling tree in the mountains. However, such a tent house is still spacious enough to accommodate at least 10 regiments of soldiers on earth. The furnishings are similar to those which you find in the living dwelling trees in the mountains. Their sleeping accommodation consists of a frustum pyramid-shaped backrest, where in front of the backrest there is a round elevation that serves as a table. And those are all the furnishings which this house contains. Where do the people in the lowlands keep their tools, food containers, clothing and food provisions? They are stored in the storage buildings, which are built in the same manner in the lowlands as they are in the mountains. The temples are also built in the same manner as in the mountains, but they are often considerably smaller and not so sublimely magnificent as they are in the mountains. In the lowlands, no single residence has its own temple. Instead, several families have one temple. That is all there is in regards to the construction and housing in the lowlands, except for some pleasure gardens, which are usually the property of a privileged patriarch. How these gardens are adorned and arranged was mentioned on the occasion when a description of the crustaceans was given, namely the snails. There are also snail shells in some of these gardens, which are prepared for the amusement of the children, which we learned about earlier. The qualifications of a patriarch in the lowlands have also been discussed. Think back to the animal with the serpent's tail and fiery eye, the bao, and you will remember that whoever has a coat made from the skin of this animal can assume the position of the patriarch. It is not difficult to understand that this heroic kind of lowland patriarch is not held in as high esteem by the Great Spirit as a patriarch of the mountains. Furthermore, it is also understandable that the angel spirits do not spend much time with the patriarchs who wear these coats. The reason for this is because the people living in the plains are much more worldly than those on the holy mountains. Even though, altogether, they are honest and upright brothers and sisters to each other, they often talk wisely and therefore consider themselves to be much more enlightened and intelligent than the inhabitants of the mountains. But when they begin to experience some bad times, despite all their wisdom, they go on a pilgrimage to the mountains. And you already know that they are instructed differently while they are there. Therefore, you will find very few higher revelations in the lowlands, and then only rarely, except for those who have come forth truly and faithfully from the schools of the mountains. Chapter 47. More about the inhabitants of the lowlands. Commerce and trade. Banishment of dishonest people. Mode of life. Matrimony. Procreation and burial. In the lowlands, especially in the regions of the lakes and large rivers, the people carry on with some kind of bartering. They usually deal with the sort of merchandise with which women adorn themselves, in the manner previously described. It does happen that a merchant may think deliberately of somehow gaining an advantage over another person. But he is in real trouble when someone discovers the fraud. The women will scratch the merchant with all kinds of pointed objects. If he should be caught again after he has been given this kind of a lesson, then a ship will be prepared, and the swindler and his family will be taken to a far-off place. He will remain at this place for a specified time, which is always considerable, or he may have to remain there forever, depending on the extent of his second fraud. On Saturn, this punishment is known as purak, or eternal banishment. Whosoever is banished for a specific time only is allowed to take several shipfruit seeds, chayaba, along, so that he can sow these seeds in the country of his exile and eventually prepare a ship from this fruit. Those who are sentenced and exiled for life are not permitted to take the seeds of the chayaba plant with them. It usually happens that the mountain dwellers of one or another country are informed by the spirits of the pitiful state of the exiled people. The mountain dwellers do not waste much time. They travel to where these people are exiled and welcome them and take them to the mountains, where they usually make the best human beings out of them. Quite often, they are given accommodation in the mountains to keep as their own property. It happens at times that the very people from the lowlands who sentenced these people to a life's exile may travel to the mountains and find shelter, hospitality, and tutelage in true religion. When the guests recognize their hosts, usually one surprise replaces the other, whereby the guests cannot comprehend how their present hosts escaped the lifelong exile and came to this place in the mountains. On this occasion, they show their amazed guests that the Great Spirit is capable of many things, of which the wisdom of the people who live in the regions of the lakes or ocean know very little. When the surprised questioners receive such an answer, they usually wring their hands and lament bitterly about the nonsense which is customary in the lowlands, upon which they are again seriously admonished that upon their return home they should contribute to the best of their ability to the elimination of many or most of such follies. Through this approach, it has happened in many of the large continental countries that the people of the plains are now on the same level as the mountain dwellers. But there are still countries where there exists a huge difference between the people of the lowlands and the people in the mountains. Concerning manual skills and commerce, the lowlands and the highlands are comparatively similar, except for a few luxury trades, which are nowhere to be found on the mountains or highlands, where even the dyeing or colouring of a thread is considered a sin. The nourishment, with the exception of the milk of the large cow, is the same in the lowlands as it is in the mountains. Only some of the patriarchal families have the beautiful large white rocks on the lakes prepared as pleasure castles, as mentioned in one of the previous chapters. While they occupy these pleasure castles, they often tickle their palates with many delicacies that are a little more artificially prepared. But in due time, they have to suffer for these indiscretions, and on account of this behavior, many wise medical doctors have much to do. Remember, you have the same problem on earth. If you were to live a very simple life in accordance with nature and eat the fruits of the earth the way I prepare them, with only a few exceptions, and they simply have to be softened by cooking them on a fire, then your language would have 4 words less, one of which would be doctor, and much less would it know of medicine or apothecary, pharmacy. It would not know the aforementioned 3 words because the first word, sickness, would not exist. First, you have very skillful cooks, followed by the medical doctors and the pharmacists, with their even more skillful kitchens. And from these kitchens you obtain a completely perfect kind of fare, medicine, through which the ailment in the body of a patient becomes a permanent guest. This is how it is in the lowlands of Saturn, though not to the same degree as on the earth. That is why the people of the lowlands do not grow nearly as old as the people in the highlands. Concerning marriages, in the lowlands the patriarch joins husband and wife in marriage, just as in the mountains, except that in the lowlands there is usually much more external pomp. Procreation is the same as in the highlands, though it does happen in the lowlands that if the man does not possess enough belief and willpower, he undertakes a journey with his wife to the mountains in order to increase his willpower and belief. At this point, I do not have to mention the purpose. The burial of a human being in the lowlands is done in 2 different ways. For those who are on a higher spiritual level, the funeral is the same as in the highlands, whereas for the somewhat heathenish nations who regard the light ring as a kind of divinity, the funeral is considerably different. They place their departed on one of their ships and then sail with them onto the ocean, especially when the ocean is not far from their abode. When they have sailed far enough, the corpse is thrown into the water without any further ceremony. On this occasion, they immediately find a living grave, which very greedily eats the corpse. Once such a funeral has happened, the so-called grave diggers return, and the minute they arrive in their homeland, the entire funeral ceremony has come to its conclusion. This is in addition to what you already know from the occasional information about the most remarkable and noteworthy customs or traditions of the valley and plains people on Saturn. We shall now leave the inhabited countries of Saturn and travel by the shortest route over the snow and ice regions of this planet to the ring. And this concludes today's information. Chapter 48. The vast northern and southern polar regions. The enormous coldness serves to temper the destructive impulse of the primary spirits of this planet. How Saturn affects the Earth. It was mentioned in the beginning that this planet has actually only two climates, one of which is an altogether moderate climate, where all the inhabitable countries are located, and whose width, on the whole, occupies more than 1/3 of the polar region. These lands of the moderate zone are surrounded by a continuous ocean in the north, as well as in the south, where you find only some mudlands. But far away from the main continents, the most northern or most southern parts are usually already frozen in permanent ice. This does not mean that one country in the south and the north is in such a location, but should it be located in the northern hemisphere, then the most northern part is surrounded with permanent ice. And this is strictly for a completely natural reason, because on Saturn, as on Earth, the polar regions belong to the permanent snow and ice. What do these polar regions on Saturn look like? Even if you have an eye and a feeling for nature, no human fantasy or imagination will have the slightest idea. The coldness of these polar regions is so severe that the cold of your own polar regions is like a well-heated oven by comparison. Not only does the water freeze there to a diamond, but at the lowest degree of temperature, even the air freezes to ice rods, which often protrude for miles into the ether. Through this immense pressure, the atmospheric air very often ignites in these regions. And that is the reason why vast areas appear to be glowing for many miles. And this glow increases and eventually results in severe explosions. Consequently, these air ignitions, as a result of the immense coldness, decrease the electricity of the air. Thus the coldness increases continuously and occurs in succession over a period of 15 Earth years. During the coldest stage, which lasts 8 Earth years, there are no ignitions, because the air has turned into a completely solid mass. After this period of time, the returning light of the sun gradually begins to dissolve the solid air, which after some dissolution begins to ignite again, and through these ignitions the explosions which are caused by them allow the dissolution of the frozen air to move closer and closer to the particular pole. Are these dreadful regions inhabited? In a natural respect, these regions are not inhabited by any living being, but are inhabited more so in a spiritual sense, because snow and ice usually provide the imprisonment of restless spirits. When the coldness is the most severe, then the peace spirits in these regions are the busiest, because through this very act, which comes into being through the natural coldness, they are able to quiet down the fire spirits and temper their excessive fiery destructive force. When it becomes colder and colder in your regions on Earth, you can always be certain that the destructive spirits on Earth are being calmed and tempered by the peace spirits. That these spirits are addicted to fire and destruction may be ascertained from the frequent air ignitions in the polar regions. The more these spirits want to enjoy themselves, the more persistently are they imprisoned by the peace spirits. The lower the temperature drops, the more intensive is the imprisonment of the fire-happy fiends, which, when imprisoned in this manner for several thousand years, finally submit and abandon their passion for fire. They appear as a cloud filled with electricity, and ice-cold winds transform their electrical fire content into hail, which at times may cause some damage. Who are these polar fire spirits on Saturn? They are not the spirits of departed human beings. Instead, they are still primary spirits, out of which the entire celestial body is actually formed. And they gradually pass over into a free existence, in human form, in accordance with the well-calculated order of the Great Spirit. At times it can happen that the spirit of a departed human being, when such a person has been very revengeful during his natural life, will be led back to his natural polar state. This happens very seldom on Saturn, but quite frequently on Earth. The difference between these two spirits is as follows. The spirits of departed human beings which are imprisoned in this manner will never return to a natural physical life, while this is always the case with the primary spirits, because they have to completely clothe themselves in this naturalness before they attain the ability to pass over to a free, independent, and consequently absolute or separate life. These primary spirits on Saturn are the ones which are of a highly destructive nature. This is why so many ancient prophets on Earth mentioned that this planet would eat its own children. That is why these primary spirits, when they are no longer primary spirits, must first be thoroughly and properly prepared by the peace spirits before they can enter into an absolute and free life. If that were not, no sun and no planet in the entire universe would be safe from their destructive powers. This is the reason why Saturn is so far from the Sun, so that the Sun's rays are not capable of affecting such heat as they do on Jupiter, Earth, Venus, and especially Mercury, whose inhabitants live mostly in the polar regions and have to endure severe heat. Whereas on Saturn, as you know, the climate is moderate wherever it is inhabited, and even the moderate climate, if it should get too warm, is prevented by the permanent shadow of the ring from overheating. Although the inhabitants of Saturn never enter these ice regions because their greatest fear is of snow and ice, this fear originates from their primary spiritual existence. They know exactly what it looks like in the polar regions, especially the enlightened mountain dwellers. Even the most enlightened have no great interest in viewing these regions, or in the description of these regions. However, they have a much greater interest in the concept, description, and viewing of the ring. Why that is so will become clear to you when the ring is discussed in the next chapter. Concerning the polar regions, there is nothing more of importance which would be worthwhile to mention, except that those years on Earth when the Earth comes closer to Saturn are usually bad and unfruitful years. The reason for this is the excessive polar coldness of this celestial body. And this celestial body's effect often reaches, from a metaphysical point of view, several hundreds of millions of miles, similar to an invisible comet's tail. In the vast solar system, there are by far a greater number of negative comets, which completely consume all the sun's rays that fall upon them, to such a degree that not even the smallest atom is reflected by them. The comets become visible when they have satiated themselves and begin to travel an orderly route. The comets are frequent guests of the planets and make themselves known at certain times, for seconds in the form of shooting stars. However, concerning these negative comets, we shall learn more about them when we examine a sun. We only mention this subject so that you may gather from this explanation how far-reaching and effective the polar coldness of Saturn is at times. This concludes the actual information about this planet. In the next chapter, we shall deal with Saturn's ring. Chapter 49. Saturn's ring has a planetary character. Axis rotation and its intended purpose. Concerning the form, size, and division of Saturn's ring, all this was mentioned right at the beginning. What remains to be discussed is its usefulness and nature. The ring forms a completely separate, compact and solid celestial body. As far as the surface area is concerned, it surpasses the surface area of the planet by many times. And since this area is larger, so is its physical volume many times greater than that of the planet itself. Is the ring completely smooth or is it mountainous? Is there water on the ring? And is the ring surrounded by atmospheric air? This ring has all the components of a planet. Namely, it has mountains which are extremely high. It has large lakes and rivers, and it is surrounded everywhere with atmospheric air. However, the water and the air are much lighter and finer than on the actual planet. The ring also has a rotation of the axis around the common central point with the planet. But this rotation, as far as speed is concerned, is different from that of the planet. This has to be understood as follows. While the planet has almost turned around its axis 2 times, the inner ring, which actually consists of 2 rings which are connected with each other through many elliptical spheres, has barely rotated around its axis once. The middle ring has an even slower rotation. The outer and largest ring requires almost 7 Saturn days for one rotation. You might ask, why do these rings rotate at different speeds? Why do they not rotate at the same speed? And why not at the speed of the planet? Here you must consider the diameter of each ring, how one is larger than the other. Knowing that must make it clear to you why each ring must rotate at a different speed. For example, if the inner ring with its much greater diameter were to rotate at the same speed as the planet itself, then on account of the central point, centrifugal force, this speed would obviously tear the ring apart. If the second ring in its motion were to rotate at the same speed as the first ring, or even the planet itself, then the second would be subject to the same fate. And that would apply even more so to the largest outer ring. The movement is exactly calculated so that no part of the ring will fall onto the planet, and this is controlled by the centrifugal force. The movement of every ring is therefore under the proper control, so that no part of a ring can be catapulted outwardly. That is accomplished through a properly controlled motion, whereby the centrifugal force remains constantly in the proper ratio to the ring's specific gravitational force. That is the well-regulated control of nature of the ring, which stands on the lowest potency. Now we shall deal with the second question. What purpose does the ring serve, as far as the planet is concerned? Is the ring really, as some scientists have stated, only a caprice of the Creator, or, an even worse scenario, merely nature's grandiose idea? Another one of these statements is that the Creator, when he created this planet, seriously ran out of ideas. That is why he let something which had magnificent beginnings stand unfinished and postponed the completion of the entire planet to a later date. If one or the other scenario mentioned above is the case, the following explanations will show. In the last chapter, you learned about the character of the primary spirits of this planet. If the ring would not permanently cause shadow that moderates the heat alternately, at times more northerly and at other times more southerly, where otherwise a hot tropical zone would develop by necessity, then the entire solar system would experience the might, power and force of the primary spirits of this planet, and eventually this power would extend even to a shell globe. Through this ring, a perpetual moderate zone or climate is established in the habitable countries of this planet. The result of this is that the primary spirits of this planet do not ignite, and therefore they no longer have the ability to devastate the celestial bodies in space. That this is the case, you can gather from the fact that the inhabitants of Saturn themselves have to be kept at all times in a condition of greatest respect and most conscientious obedience towards the Great Spirit. That is why not too much is lectured about love, only so much that they recognize love, but they are guided to have the greatest awe for love. For this reason, love between husband and wife and the procreation of children is structured in such a way that the emotions of a human being are never stirred up too much. Everything is guided and settled with the greatest possible humility, which you are able to observe adequately when the description of the Saturnites was discussed. Chapter 50. More about the various purposes of Saturn's ring. An example of glass blowing and the cooling oven. The delicately material ring inhabitants, their way of life, and their communication with the inhabitants of the planet. Absence of the animal world and seedless fruit trees. You can see how well designed and calculated everything is, especially in regards to the ring, which is located directly above the equator of Saturn. Furthermore, you have learned that on Saturn the whole of creation, beginning with the vegetable kingdom to the human being, manifests itself in giant bodies. The question should arise, is this all true? And if it is true, then why these giant-sized bodies? When the highest of all spirits in the body of Christ, while on earth, had enough room in accordance with his order, then why do these Saturnian human spirits have such giant bodies? The reason for this is that they do not experience any internal material or physical pressure. This pressure could ignite them when it originates from the outside, and the pressure is exerted to the inside. For the same reason, they are also given extraordinarily delicate bodies, so that the easily excitable spirit would not find anything that could pressure him above his nature, and easily stir him up to a complete ignition. Now imagine these large, proportionately heavy bodies, which as a result of the large volume of the planet itself, and as a result of the fact that the gravitational or attractive force in proportion to the planet should be much heavier than proportionately similar bodies on your much smaller Earth. Would anything be gained for these kinds of spirits through the earlier careful undertakings if they were to be left in their bodies with such great ponderousness? That is why my science, which is on a somewhat higher level than that of your scientists, invented this ring, through which the gravitational force of the planet is considerably decreased, so that these giant bodies, in proportion to their planet, are almost 100 times lighter than your bodies in proportion to your much smaller Earth. This is an extraordinary, very important purpose of this ring, which has not been mentioned before. Even if it appears small by comparison through a telescope, this ring is of the greatest importance, because it is not only a ring around a planet, but should be considered a strong band over the entire universe. Now the question arises, Is this the only and final purpose of this ring? Oh no! We shall learn about another purpose, which is by far greater and more important than the earlier ones. But before we shall touch upon and examine the main purpose, we must ask the question, is this ring inhabited? That is why I say here, if the main purpose arises from that, then the ring must be inhabited. But by whom and how? That is another question. But before I answer this question, as an example, I would like to direct your attention to one of the trades which you practice on earth, and that is the manufacture of glass. Once you have ground up the ingredients necessary for the manufacture of glass and mixed it with the necessary salts, then these ingredients are placed into a melting pot. And by applying the proper amount of heat, these ingredients become liquid. Observe this molten, white-hot glass matter. That is the condition of the Saturnian human being in his body on the planet. What happens to this substance when it reaches the proper liquidity? Probably all kinds of different vessels, containers, jars, and so on are made from this substance in the well-known manner, namely, by means of the air which fills the lungs of the glass blower and employing a glass blower's as pipe. Here we have our Saturnite as a fine, translucent spiritual human being who, through the rebirth, relinquishes his physical body. Through this, the spirit already assumes a solid form. When the glass vessel is produced in this manner, the blower's pipe is removed, and then the vessel is placed into another pot and into a cooling oven. Now we have arrived at our ring. Because when a human being dies on Saturn, he is, in a manner of speaking, removed from the blower's pipe of the great glass manufacturer, and is taken in another pot into the cooling oven. This cooling oven is the ring. The first ring is for the cooling of the greatest heat. The second ring is for a further cooling off. And the last ring is for the pliancy. And only after that is every liberated human spirit on this planet capable of accepting love. I am of the opinion that, on account of this example, any further explanation is unnecessary, because the explanation is so clear. However, that does not mean that some would not ask the question, what is the purpose of giving these spirits a material place to stay? The answer to this question is very easy, because the spirits of the Saturnian human beings, when they step out of their first body, are not immediately pure spirits, as you can gather from their easy reappearance after death and the quick decomposition of their bodies. When these spirits enter the great ring, they still have a kind of material body, which of course is much lighter, more delicate and more pure than the earlier one they had while on the planet. And even this body becomes continuously purer and more spiritual as the Saturnian human being passes on to the higher spheres of the ring. The inhabitants eat, drink, and live on the rings just as they did on the planet, with only one difference. All the products are proportionately finer and more subtle, just like the human beings who are present here. The difference between this ring and the planet is that upon this second world there are no animals present. However, there are fruit trees, but none of them have any seeds for propagation, for they grow from the soil like mushrooms on earth. That these ring inhabitants can proceed from the ring for a short time to the planet itself upon the inner wish of the inhabitants of the planet, and with spiritual speed, can be ascertained from many such appearances of these spirits among the inhabitants of the planet itself. But since the dwellings and the living conditions of the spirit human beings on the ring are incomparably more magnificent, sublime, and comfortable, the ring spirits are not inclined to remain any longer on the planet than the will of the Great Spirit finds it necessary. That is why they are always pleased when they can return to the ring again. Now you know everything that is necessary and noteworthy about the ring. In the next chapter, we shall deal with the moons of this celestial body and conclude the communication about this celestial body. Chapter 51. The Saturn moons without any axis rotation. Natural life exists only on the opposite side of the moon. The moons as post-schools of Saturn and pre-schools of the ring and the purely spiritual life. Closing words. Regarding the moons, they have the same relationship to their planet as does our moon to the Earth. Only there is a gradation through the moons, which of course cannot exist on Earth because the Earth has only one moon. As far as the movement of the moons is concerned, they always turn the same side half towards their planet. For this reason, their habitableness is twofold, namely a spiritual and a natural one. Therefore, the opposite side of every moon facing the planet is inhabited by human beings and animals, and has vegetation, water and air, and everything that is necessary to support natural life. Human beings that live naturally on the back of the moon are of course considerably smaller than those on the planet, and on the smaller moons they do not even have the size of the people on Earth. On the larger, outermost 3 moons, the people are taller than on Earth. The natural human beings on the moons are in constant spiritual contact with the actual Saturnian human beings, so that the spirits of those Saturnian human beings who did not prepare themselves during their natural lifespan to reach one of the rings must therefore first endure the spiritual life of one or more moons in accordance with their level of development before they can be accepted on the lowest ring. What do these human beings do on the moons? And what kind of Saturnian spirits come to a moon? Spirits that come to a moon are selfish and heathenish. Those that worshipped and revered the ring as a deity throughout their Saturn life. On every moon they first appear on the natural side and, through their bodies, they view that which is natural and live there as natural human beings. But they cannot see the ring, which formerly was their idol. When, through this, they have been weaned off the ring, and have also lost their planet, then they move to the side of the moon facing the planet, from whence they can see the planet and the ring as an almost concrete body. Through this, it becomes gradually clear to them, while they are being instructed by other higher spirits that come to them, that the ring is not at all some kind of deity or the residence of a deity, nor is it the pathway upon which the Great Spirit walks above the heavens. But they can see with their own eyes that it is only a materially solid celestial body, which is placed around the actual planet. And this ring has been created by the Great Spirit, so that the spirits of the departed human beings on that planet are prepared on the ring for a higher life, of which they thus far have no idea. When these spirits have learned this, through teachings as well as through their own intuition, they soon completely abandon their false beliefs and make inquiries as to the abode of the Great Spirit. It is pointed out to them that they will receive this information on the rings. They have completely approached the purely spiritual state, and finally also have completely passed over into that state. After this, they experience a longing for the ring, but yearn more so for a purely spiritual state. When that happens, they are immediately transferred to the ring. Now you have the answers to the previous questions. But in time, this question might arise. Why are 7 moons required for this purpose? Could not one moon fulfill such a simple task? That would be true if they were spirits of a different nature. Then 1 moon would suffice. However, the Saturnian spirits have their seat under one knee in the great man of creation, or the great cosmic man. Note 1. The great cosmic man, or great man of creation, means the great transformed primary spirit of Lucifer. For further details, see Robert Blum from Hell to Heaven and The Fundamental Principles of Life by Jakob Lorber. And that is more than enough of a reason. Because the legs are the outermost foundation of life, and on the leg itself, again, the joints. If, for example, the body sustains an injury to an arm or to the skin or anywhere on the body, the body can still stand upright and move around to look for help. If, however, one of the legs, especially one of the joints, sustains a severe injury, then the whole body is inhibited, and the person will probably fall to the ground, unable to move, and therefore unable to seek help. And that is the reason why the legs of every human being are built stronger than all the other parts of the body. The inhabitants of Saturn represent the most important part of the leg under the knee of the great man in creation, also called the great cosmic man. And you have already heard of this great spirit being on other occasions. For this reason, great attention must be paid regarding the spirits of the Saturnian human beings, and that applies to every single spirit as to which one of the 7 primary spirits, note 2, the 7 primary spirits of God are 1. Love, 2. Wisdom, 3. The effective will of God, 4. The order, 5. Divine seriousness, 6. Patience, and 7. Mercy. Each of these spirits originates from the previous one. For more information, refer to the Great Gospel of John and the Fundamental Principles of Life by Jakob Lorber, out of which every spirit consists, is in the most dangerous position. And this is the purpose for the existence of the 7 moons, so that in one or the other moon, one or the other of the 7 primary spirits can be calmed down and brought in to the appropriate order with the remaining 6 primary spirits. From this explanation, you will be able to gather why this planet was assigned 7 moons. Now you know everything there is to know regarding these moons. Their distances from the planet and their size was mentioned at the beginning of this book. Therefore, this concludes the descriptions of the moons. Since we have learned about the planet, the ring as well as the moons, we shall conclude this work. Some of you might still ask, what benefit or purpose does this whole message about Saturn serve? I will answer as follows. First, each of you who has read this message should take this example as a serious reminder of how completely different the inhabitants of this planet respect my will than do the inhabitants on earth. Secondly, you should gather from the entire message how my love, wisdom, might, and fatherly solicitude reaches considerably farther than the arrogant human intellect's foolish sense can conceive. Thirdly, this observation should guide people on earth to the deepest humility, from which a human being should see who he is and who I am, their God, Creator, and Father. He should look into his heart and contemplate on the greatest blessing and compassion that has been bestowed upon him, and that I, the only Lord and Creator of these miraculous works, consented to choose the earth, this dirty little planet, as the birthplace of my infinite love, compassion, and mercy, and consequently all the fullness of my divine being. For this reason, I will allow you to inspect the sun. Note 1. Book the natural sun, as well as a few other planets. It will not be described in so much detail. Although brief, it will be sufficient. And with this promise I conclude this communication. My blessings, my love, mercy and compassion be with this promise. Amen.